talk about culture, tradition, festivities, yes, masquerade dance, and looking at local cuisine, and that has to do with heritage. You're welcome to yet another exciting time on Heritage, getting you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you in on different cultural festivities that has to do with our country, Nigeria, and of course, Africa. You're welcome on board with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Now, today on Heritage, we will be taking a ride down to Benue State. Yes, you know how the thief people know how to dance. The Mami Water way. Yes, that is what we're looking at today on Heritage. Masquerade dance. Looking at Mami Water masquerade. I know a lot of persons will be like, does Mami Water dance? You will see it in the rhythm way, the way they bend, you know. All right, so don't go to where and touch the dial. It is Heritage on your darling station.
This is Mami Water dance steps, originated from Tiv people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is an ancient tradition designed to honor the water deities. Mami Water dance is a ritual dance steps that features fluid, wave-like, and separative movements that serves as a communal bridge to invoke the goddess of fertility, health, healing, and guidance in the community. Long before foreign contact, African communities such as Igbo, Efik, and Ibibio and the southern Nigeria and the Benin honor local water deities. The dance and the rhythmic drumming were used to mimic the ocean, invite spirit possession, and celebrate the sacred nature of the water as the dance showed. The Thief people are particularly well known for the unique Mami Water masquerade dance, which gained popularity, acceptance throughout the region. The Mami Water masquerade dance is unique. It has the capacity to pull crowd and create community welfare and fun among the people. Today, the dance is still performed along coastal and riverside communities, as well as during festive celebrations. The dance uses rhythmic movements and liberation. The masquerade are well decorated and performed intricate movements, mimicking the water deities.
You have seen it all, the Mami Water dance, the rhythmic movement, bending down. And I tell you, if you don't have the energy for that dance, please just leave it for the thief people. All right, so it has been an exciting time today on Heritage. Benue State has done well to give us exciting movement as far as the Mami Water masquerade dance is concerned from the thief people. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So,
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot. You cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
happened.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Cannot defend any longer.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome. This is This Morning on ITV. It's a new day, a new week, and of course, a new month. Now, need I say happy new month? Welcome to the program. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. There's so much to talk about on the show, and during the course of this broadcast, we'll be joined by our colleagues in Abuja and Lagos studio. But we'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to the conversation. Welcome back. Top of the morning to you. Just in case you're joining us now, you're on to This Morning on ITV. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. And I have my colleague here with me in the studio, Amarachukwu Azuka. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm great. Welcome.
Thank
Now,
you.
also joining this morning, let me quickly bring on board my colleagues in Abuja and Lagos studio. Good morning, gentlemen and women. How was your weekend? Let me quickly start with Joseph Kadiri. Good morning, Joseph. How is Abuja today?
A very good morning, Anuluwapo. Abuja is cool and calm, just that it has been raining for over 36 hours.
Wow, that's a long time. I pretty much guess it's the rainy season at this point in Nigeria, in the world generally. But anyway, moving back to you, moving over to you, Marcelina. How are you? Was it also rainy over the weekend?
Beautiful morning to you, Anu. Good morning, Amarachukwu, and good morning, Joseph Kadure. It's been raining though. I mean, it's the raining season. The weather is a bit cold, and even though I do not like raining season, but I like cold weather. I trust you're doing good, Anu.
Very well, I am great. Trust you're amazing as well. Anyway, let's get to an interesting, intriguing conversation that's currently shaping the front burner on the national scape. It's about the meeting that went on over the past week. Now, the presidency has berated the Archbishop Emeritus of Catholic Diocese of Abuja, John Onayika Cardinal, for revealing what transpired during Thursday's closed-door meeting between President Bola Tinubu and the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria. Now, the CBCN, led by its president, Matthew Nagoso, met with President Tinubu, during which it outlines areas of concern in the country, including security, quality tertiary education, and limited spaces, sustaining gains of democracy, credible elections, and poverty. Now, in an interview with Arise TV on Friday, Mr. Onayika, who was part of the delegation, recounted how the president argued with the delegation on the state of the nation. The president reportedly told the clerks that everything in the country is working well, despite the bishop's concerns about the nation's worsening economic situation. Now, Mr. Onayika, during the interview, said the president's reaction suggested that those around him were not giving him an accurate picture of the hardship Nigerians are experiencing. Now, on Saturday, the presidency reacted. I actually saw a statement from Bayo Onanuga on X, where the senior special assistant to the president on media and policy of publicity, actually, Temo Ajayi, described Mr. Onyeka's action as an abuse of privilege. Now, gentlemen and ladies, what really do you make out of this? Now, let me start with you, Amarachukwu. Judging from what transpired, what do you really think is going on, and how would you, judge everything thus far?
Okay, thank you so much. Well, when I saw that, I feel like it's really funny for me, because for the president to say that there is nothing wrong with what is going on in Nigeria, there's nothing wrong with Nigeria. He feels like his administration is doing okay, everything is fine, there's no poverty, the economy is okay. It was really funny for me, like it was really appalling, because with the way that things are going, with the way the economy is going in the country, it's obvious that we're lacking behind. It's obvious that the economy is telling on Nigerians. And then for the presidency to say that everything is okay in Nigeria, it's really funny to me. And then the bishops coming out to speak up, I think that's really great. I want to applaud them for that, because they are not in any way looking for political seats or looking for political what do I call it now? They just came out to talk about the fact that, oh, Nigerians are actually not doing well. The country is actually going through a lot. And they're putting it up to the president to see that, okay, what can we do to salvage this whole situation? It's really great for me to see religious leaders coming out to speak up. I really want to applaud the bishops and the whole committee that went there to speak up. And then for the president saying that nothing is wrong with Nigeria, Nigeria is doing well, Nigeria is okay, that's really appalling to me, yeah.
Okay, now let me move over to you, Marcelina, in Lagos. What really do you make out of this? Now, during the course of the meeting, or should I go back to the interview that was held on Friday at a sister station, the bishops, right, raised two major concerns. Number one, the issue regarding the one-party state concerns we had over time in the country. And the president categorically responded by saying there is nothing absolutely wrong. In fact, INEC is playing a fair game at this point, and if opposition parties are worried, it's a clear case of them being scared of their own shadow. And he also did mention that he's not just going to hand it over to them, he's not going to hand over power on a platter of gold. It's the game. That's on one hand. On the other hand, when he talked about when the bishop raised the concerns about the state of the nation and how things are really, truly difficult for all of Nigerians, the president reiterated his initial stance that the economic reforms, everything is working perfectly fine. But of course, for many Nigerians, this is not the first time we're getting to hear the president talk about or say the same thing over and over again. What do you think is playing out? And also, just before I let you in, he also did talk about the fact that it seems that persons around the president are painting a scenario of what really is not the case with how the system and how the economy is, working at this point. Mercy, what's your take on this?
For the president to say that the economy is working, it is obvious that the people around him are feeding him with the wrong information. I mean, we're all Nigerians who see what is happening in terms of food scarcity, insecurity, and all of that. And the president coming out to say that, oh, economy is fine, everything is working. So it is obvious that the people around him are feeding him with the wrong information. And secondly, when the bishop said, oh, it seems that Nigeria is moving to a one-party state, it is obvious. I mean, over 30 governors, have defected to, the APC, and we kept seeing people defecting by the day and all of that. It is obvious that the party is becoming the country is becoming a one-party system, which is not supposed to be like that. I mean, they're supposed to be opposition. Election is just by the corner. They're supposed to be opposition. They are opposition rather, but the way it's looking, I wouldn't say the bishop did not say the right thing, because it's looking it's obvious. I mean, we can see that the state is finally becoming a one-party system, and nobody is telling the president that, oh, give up your seat for another party. Nobody is telling the president that. The truth is, at this point, Nigerians, they know what they want. They would come out for their conscience if they want to. But I feel with the situation in the country, you don't need to tell anybody to come out to vote for the right person. Even though during the primaries election, we saw that the president pulled out almost 11 million votes, and a lot of persons were saying, where did these people come out from? But at the same time, we just hope to see what's best. So the bishop coming out to say that the country is becoming a one-party system, I wouldn't say it's lying. And at the same time, the president, nobody is telling him, I mean, to leave his seat for anybody. It's politics. Anything can happen. Anybody can win. The people will come out to vote. You choose to vote for who you want to vote for, and we just hope the election is free and fair, and let the right person wins. If it's the incumbent governor, the president, that is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or any other person that emerges the winner, we just hope that the person changes the situation of the country. I mean, that is what matters. What would change the situation of Nigeria?
Now, speaking about what would change the trajectory of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar has responded to this ongoing conversation, interestingly taking side with the Catholic bishop who went to meet the president at the State House in Abuja. Joseph Kaduri, please go on.
All right, that discussion is something that we must celebrate at this time. The Catholic bishop across the world, they have a way of reaching out to any government in power irrespective of whether the government is a democratic government or not. And before they do that, as we know, most of them are researchers. They usually carry out some kind of survey and then put all of that together and then, you know, have a common front. And that is what was done to the president when he granted them audience. Of course, what they presented is something even the blind man can see. The issue of insecurity, we know that terrorism, kidnapping, banditry is still high there. We have seen so many communities attacked in Kaduna, Plateau. And then when you come to the issue of economy, I mean, a body that has over okay, let me not put a figure, but we know that when you talk about Christianity in Nigeria and then Catholic, you know, a subset of Christianity, you know, they have so many members. And if the bishop go out to, you know, sample opinion of Nigerians and they come up with that assessment, it is only, you know, good for, you know, the president to accept that and work with it. But he has his own opinion of rejecting and also defending what they presented. And then to the issue of Atiku, not happy with the way the presidency responded to John Cardinal Onaikon, you know, calling him names and believing that he misused the privilege of, you know, of Catholic. I mean, it's something that should not go out in the first place. Just like he also said in his article, talking about Temitope Ajayi, that should have been arrested, but he didn't arrest it, you know. And of course, it's a political period, it's a political campaign will soon start. On the 15th campaign will start. Atiku definitely would have seen this as, you know, a point to dwell on. And what he has said, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Onaikon should also have some restraint. They should calm the tempo. What the bishop did is nothing wrong. The Catholic bishop somehow has been a pressure group that
Kaduri,
across the world the people know. I mean, citizens know. And so whenever they come up with the assessment, accept it if you want. If you don't, I mean, put up your defense and it should end there.
Absolutely. Well, it's an ongoing conversation. We'll keep you up to speed with development as it unfolds. Now, back to Mercy in Lagos. What's in for us from your end this morning? Please go ahead.
From Lagos today, we are looking at INEC's final list, controversy over Jonathan and others. You know, we saw that INEC has released the final list and Jonathan's name is not there. Some other person's names are not there. According to INEC, they say the published list reflects candidates who met all legal requirements and whose nominations were valid at the close of the nomination process. Meaning these persons their names are not there, they did not meet up with the legal requirements. While some major political parties has protested the exclusion of their candidates, insisting they remain legally recognized and should appear on the ballots. You know, a lot of controversy, a lot of people talking, you know, saying why are those names not there? But INEC has said they did not meet up with the legal requirements. But some of all those parties are not agreeing with it. So we're going to be having a legal practitioner today that would help us talk more on this topic.
We're looking forward to that conversation, even though there are those who would say it's a good thing that Jonathan's name is not there, the former president of Nigeria, because what are you going back to do? We don't want you back into the political system in Nigeria. Anyway, Joseph, what's in for us from your end today? Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, one of those issues presented to President Tinubu, which is the fact that the security situation in Nigeria is not looking good, despite the promises that he has made. I mean, at different fora, he talked about the fact that Nigeria will never negotiate with terrorists. It is a no-go area. He has given a marching order to the security apparatus to, you know, continue the operation they are carrying out in, you know, various regions of the country. But in reality, it appears citizens are not citizens can still not sleep with both eyes closed. So that will be the crux of our discussion.
We're looking forward to that, and the conversation regarding security, it's an unending conversation, and one can only wish and wonder to when it would end in Nigeria. Anyway, here in Edo State, Nigeria, the 2027 election is up and running. Speaking about election, August 15th, Osun gubernatorial election will be taking place in Osun State. Of course, we've been seeing so many controversies, the peace accord, you know, stuff that happened, the violence, this whole lot going on currently in Osun State, and we can only wonder why, and also look forward to the outcome of that. But anyway, our major conversation would be about opposition parties in Nigeria, the plight of opposition parties in Nigeria, and ensuring a level playing field. During the course of Thursday closed-door meeting with the president, the Catholic, the bishop, addressed so many issues. Now, one of the major concerns they talked about is the issue regarding the one-party system in Nigeria, and we're going to do justice to that conversation a whole lot more ahead of the 2027 general election. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll move over to the newspaper review right here on the show. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV. Now, let me bring on board our analyst on the papers this morning, the HOD of Mass Communications Department. Welcome on board, Dr. Dan Ekerefo. How are you today?
I'm very fine. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Now, we'll kickstart with the Punch newspaper. And on the front page of the Punch newspaper, it's leading with the bold headline that says, "Abandoned projects. Federal government bars ministries from awarding unfunded contracts." On page 2, details of that story. Subreddit says, Treasury tightens rules to curb abandoned projects, unpaid liabilities, fiscal indiscipline. MDA's accounting officer face ICPC action for approving unfunded projects. BPP to reject no objection request without proof of available funds. Well, still on the front page of the Punch this morning. Part Hustle rocks Obi Kwankwaso campaign teams on page 7. Nigeria earns 2.4 trillion naira from crude export in 6 months on page 13. Fake agency scandal, controversial DG fights back. Fingers more MDAs on page 8 of the Punch newspaper today. Other interesting headlines this morning: speeding driver killed in Lagos road crash. Quite a sad one. Insurance recapitalization. NAICOM class 43 insurers reviews 8 on page 38. Despite billions spent, over 6,500 PHCs still non-functional on page 2 of the Punch this morning. Now over to you, Dr. Dan. I'd love you to react to the major headline this morning that says the federal government bars ministries from awarding unfunded contracts.
Thank you. If you look at a trajectory of development, one of the issues you find is that every year projects are awarded, and some of these projects will have a lifespan of 10 years in terms of funding. One example I gave last week when I was here is the Abuja-Benin Highway. You ask yourself, how much will it take to deliver that road? And that is a strategic road. But instead of completing that road, you realize that every year government awards new road projects, when the existing ones that were awarded before now have not been funded. So the question is, why awarding new projects when the existing ones have not been completed? This is part of the politics of our nation. If you are in power, you award projects to favor the people of your area. or where you think you will get the political advantage. So existing project executed or awarded by the previous government are most of the time discarded. We cannot make progress as a people if we continue like this. So for the government to say no more new projects unless they are funded is a step in the right direction. So what I expect government to do is to look at projects that are ongoing, that have delayed in funding, and see how they can channel the available resources to such projects. So if government is able to do this, you will begin to have projects that do not continue endlessly without completion. That is what the government can do, and this decision is a step towards that.
Well, you know, in Nigeria, one thing I have observed is that we have a lot of policies, but implementation is the major problem. Now, just last week at plenary, Senator Adams Oshomole raised, I think, similar occurrence where he dragged the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, and told him, why are you ensuring, you know, more roads when you haven't completed? He specifically mentioned the Warri-Benin axis. I want you to react to that.
Yes. That story generated a sort of social media buzz around the issue. In Auchi, especially the Afemai speaking area, when an accident happened at that Auchi spot, the minister came, Oshomole was there, the Minister of Regional Development was there. So the agreement was that, oh, people should be assured that that project will be completed. The same thing relates to Warri. Sometimes I ask myself whether they don't get feedback. In every state, you have federal controller of works who monitor the state of this project. I don't know whether they don't have monthly briefing about the state of road in their states. If government is cognizant of report from these places, they would have taken action in addressing that. So the spat between the Oshomole and the minister is coming from the fact that I'm a party leader of high repute, and I expect that issues that relate to my area should be considered. Year in, year out, you don't consider the people of our area. So that is the reason why Comrade and the minister had a strong disagreement over that issue. Beyond a party sentiment, there are places that are critical to the movement of goods and services in this country. If you look at Edo State, we are positioned in such a way that any part of the country you have to move to, you pass through Edo. So as a result of that, federal roads that are here ought to be given attention. But what we have seen over the years, from the previous government up till now, nothing meaningful has been done. Like Umahi said, in his reference to Oshomole's claim, he said Oshomole was governor, and he ought to have constructed those federal roads. The year he made reference to was 2018. Unfortunately, Oshomole left office in 2016. So we are not interested in their fight. But what we are interested in as a people, can you deliver on the roads so that people can travel freely? A friend of mine was coming from Lagos yesterday. A journey she left 7 a.m. in the morning, got here after 7. What does that tell you? The roads are not in good state. So government needs to walk the talk by funding roads. When there are bad spots, adequate steps are taken to address the failed portions so that people can have seamless journey when we travel in this country.
Okay, let's move over to the next newspaper and review.
Okay. Well, I have the Nation newspaper here with me. The first headline I have here is Panel Chair, How Fake Agency Got Allocation in Budget 2026. You can find that in page 2. I also have Dangote Refinery, critical to Nigerians' $1 trillion economic vision, says federal government. You can find that in page 3 of the newspaper. We also have Osun SSG, 5 others arrested in police house raid. INEC asks security operatives to suppress thuggery, cultism. No one can vote with stolen PVCs, says Amopitan. You can find that in page 6 of the newspaper. And lastly, exploit global changes for growth. Okonjo-Iweala, Cardoso tells Africans. Now over to you, sir.
Yes. Over the years, our challenge has always been fuel importation, the exchange rate becoming volatile as a result of the amount of money we spend on fuel importation in terms of dollar exchange. But with the coming of the Dangote refinery, you realize that the level of volatility with the dollar market is very low. So if government indeed must achieve its vision of a 1 trillion economy, what Dangote is doing, Abdul Samad, the Boa Group, they are building a refinery in Akwa Ibom State still. So if government can encourage of this and we reduce the level of importation, because it appears that fuel is the major fuel importation aspect of our economy that takes huge amount of our dollars. Therefore, if we're able to become stable in terms of our fuel refining capacity, what you're going to get is that we will be exporting and we'll bring in the dollars instead of us going to import and we'll give them the dollars. So that is the result of what the headline is suggesting. What is left for government to do is to pursue the growing of our local refineries so that we can have stability in terms of our foreign exchange activities. Right. Beyond that, the other story from the newspaper talking about presidency contradicts Atiku's claim on economic performance. That story will always be there. Every government tells you they have done their best. When Buhari was here, the spokesman spoke about the stability of our economy. So when they're out of office, the realities will also tell. The government says the economy is doing well and it does not translate to benefit for the people. The essence of such economic growth is more of paperwork than reality.
Right. Anyway, we quickly turn our attention now to the Daily Trust newspaper. It's laden with the bold headline that says 2027, fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. Subredders here says, if you want to upload somebody's qualification, you start from primary school, then secondary school, and then university. You don't just jump from primary school to university. That gives room for suspicion, especially for a president that has been dodged by academic controversies. Well, away from that, bandits kill 8 family members, 4 others in Sokoto. Abuja infrastructure boom pushes up rents. While still on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, flood displaces families, destroy houses in Yobe. Recapitalization, NICOM class 43 insurance firms. And interestingly, on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, we have pictures there of displaced residents evacuating their belongings after a rainfall that triggered flooding in several communities across Yobe State over the weekend. It's really quite a sad one. Now, finally, in sports, Nigeria finished 7th. Miss Glasgow 2027, a 2026 medal target. Dr. Dan, the fresh debates Tinubu's qualification, what do you make out of it? And do you think we're ever going to get out of this conversation, really?
We are not going to get out of it. The reason is that what the presidential team has done is to be smart.
Go ahead, please.
The reason for this is that if you upload primary school, people will raise the objection that that primary school did not exist. If you say secondary school, his classmates, as claimed in the previous document, said he was never a member of their class. So to avoid that controversy, he just stayed with the university degree certificate where you cannot establish whether it's true or not. Right. So it's a smart one on their part. Yes, the headline is correct. He's saying you ought to have primary, secondary, and university in terms of uploading of document. Since the law permits you to submit document you can lay claim to, we can do what they talk. The courts have their own procedure in establishing whether something is right or wrong. So for the certificate, he does not want to go through the route of saying No, you never attended that primary school. That man primary school never existed. That is the reason why they have taken that part.
Okay, well, let's just leave it as at that, if that's what you have to say regarding this controversial academic qualification conversation without precedent. Anyway, this is where we get to wrap up the newspaper review segment. I really must thank you so much, Dr. Dan Ekerefe, HOD Mass Communication, University of Benin. Thank you so much for your time indeed.
Thank you.
Now we go off on a short break. When we return, we'll move over to the first part of our conversation right here on the show. Please stay with us. As Nigeria gradually shifts its focus towards the 2027 general elections, questions about the strength of the nation's democracy are once again taking center stage. A vibrant democracy depends not only on credible elections, but also on the ability of opposition parties to organize, campaign, and compete freely without fear or undue disadvantage. Amid political realignment, defections, and growing public expectations, concerns have emerged over whether opposition parties have the space, the resources, and institutional support needed to provide credible alternatives and hold the government accountable. That's very important. Now, at the heart of this debate is a critical question. Is Nigeria doing enough to ensure a level playing field for all political actors? Now, well, welcome to our discussion, 2027 and the plight of opposition parties ensuring a level playing ground. Today, we examine the challenges facing opposition parties, the responsibility of electoral and democratic institutions, and the reforms needed to guarantee a free, fair, and credible election come 2027 as the nation prepares for another defining electoral cycle. Well, joining me now in the studio to do justice to this and more is my guest, Honorable John Yakubu, NDC Chieftain. Good morning, Honorable Yakubu. Welcome on board.
Good morning for having me this morning. Good morning, viewers.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, let's quickly start with the meeting, the closed-door meeting that actually happened between our president and a group of Catholic bishops over the weekend, right there in Abuja at the State House. And one of the major conversation or concern that was raised is the issue of the one party situation and how this bishop feels that the opposition parties in Nigeria are not getting enough space to actually operate as they should. And then countering it, the president disagreed and said that INEC is fair, everything is okay, it's a game, and you do not expect him to just hand over government on the platter of gold. And he also categorically stated that if the opposition is scared, it means they're just scared of their own shadows, and it has nothing to do with him. Go ahead, please. What do you make out of this?
Well, I think the opposition is not scared. I'm a member of the National Democratic Congress.
So you're not scared of your shadows?
Not about shadow.
Okay.
We're talking about fairness, equity, and justice. And we're, like you did mention just now, we talk about space being open for the opposition party to operate. That is exactly what the opposition parties are asking for. We're asking for fairness. We're asking for justice. We are telling the federal government being handled by the APC today to allow the opposition breathe. And that was exactly what the bishop said. That's what the bishop, Catholic bishop of the nation, that's exactly what they're talking about. They are part of the system. They are part of the society. They're saying exactly how things are done, how we be compressed, how we be oppressed. So if they are saying, if the bishop conference is saying it to the president, I think he should listen. Because they are not just saying it to him, they are saying it to the entire nation. They said it to other presidents. When Jonathan was the president of this nation, it's part of the fact that he was a Christian and again he was from the southern part of the region. They said this, even worse things to Jonathan. So if the bishops of Nigeria are saying what is happening in Nigeria today is not fair enough and you should give space to other people to breathe, I think the present president should listen to not just the bishops alone, also listen to the opposition party, where NDC is part of. So what we are experiencing today is not democratic fairness. We've not been given the space, like you said. We've not been given the opportunity. We've been emasculated. So I think the present government should allow the opposition breathe, because that is the beauty of democracy. We should be in the faith, honestly talking to Nigerians and telling them why we should be the next party that should fund the government. But rather than allow us do that, all the things are being put in, all the roadblocks are being put in place. And whether you like it or not, like you rightly said, the bishop mentioned it. I'm glad they said it, because they are our father, they've seen what we are passing through, they are putting it to the president, and I think Nigerians should listen. Because at the end of the day, we have no other country other than this country that we call ours. So we should allow, between now and in January, when the election would have been conducted, allow free, fair, and credible elections so Nigeria can make their choices.
Okay, now I want to go back to what you said regarding the state of opposition parties in Nigeria, where you did talk about the fact that they are being emasculated.
Exactly.
In what ways? Can you highlight some of the ways?
I say this because even right now, as we speak in Edo State, I am experiencing it. Just recently, about a few days ago, my billboard was being destroyed by APC talks, and I honestly use this opportunity to speak to.
Now, do you have proof to back this up? How are you sure that the APC thugs that actually committed the act?
I say this because the same billboard that we have, because you have two faces to some particular billboard that we have on the street. Why my board is being destroyed by the same APC people? The other side, you can see the other side of the billboard carried the billboard of my opponent in APC. Right. So what we are saying is that I want to, like I said at the beginning of this thing, I want to use this opportunity to speak to the chairman of APC and the governor of the state. The state is fair. We should be allowed space to operate. And this was exactly what the bishop saw, and they went to the president to say, look, allow the opposition break. Look at what has just happened to my billboard across the senatorial district. But what they fail to understand is that you really don't need this physical billboard. John the Hivaton and Yakubu billboard is in the mind of the Ace and race, the Ace and nation, both home and abroad. So whether you go to the billboard stations, destroy John Yakubu billboard, the Ace and nation, they have my billboard in their mind and in their heart. So I want to appeal to the chairman of APC once again, please, violence is not the way to go. Right. Please talk to your overzealous members who are going about my senatorial district, pulling down my billboard. We have them, they have their billboard, they should allow us space to operate. The present governor of this state, Senator Monday Okpebholo, was in the opposition when he won his seat to the senatorial district. Nobody pulled down the billboard. That is not the character of the Esan people. I want to appeal to the present people or the present party that occupy position in Edo State. If we are not there, if the oppositions are not allowed to break, the democracy is not in existence.
Now, how do you rate the government? Now, when I say government, I'm also speaking about the federal government, behavior thus far in terms of how they get to react and treat major concerns when opposition parties or some opposition political actors, raise concerns affecting the country. Over time, we've seen a case of backlash, reacting, and just making it a shove off and not accepting the realities on ground. How would you rate that generally?
What I have to say here is that what we have today is about the present government and Nigerians, not just about the political party itself or about the president or about APC. So what we are going to experience in the next 5 months is APC against the people. Because when we say this, it is not because we are politicians or we are in the opposition. It is because of the reality on ground. It is because of the fact that as we speak today, what the opposition is trying to do, which we will put forward when the campaign starts, is how do we rescue our nation from the excruciating pain inflicted by this present administration. So it is not about APC or President Tinubu. It is about reality of time. I tell you this. On the 29th of May 2023, when President Tinubu was sworn in, 29th of May, by 8 a.m. that day, if you have ₦1 million, by 6 p.m. your ₦1 million would have reduced to 150,000 because of the policies and programs of this administration. If you had ₦10 million in the morning of the 29th of May 2023, by 6 p.m. that day, your ₦10 million would have reduced to less than ₦1 million because the purchasing power of your ₦10 million have been reduced to less than 150,000 naira. And that has gone on for the past 3 years. That's what we've been experiencing. And nothing as we speak today to ameliorate the sufferings of the people. We have people not being able to go to the farms, to their farms. We have people not being able to go to the market. We have people not being able to do their businesses as it ought to be. But what we see from this present administration is saying there is that, oh, we are tightening the bed. But while in real fact, they've opened theirs. And that is the basic problem. How do you tell people to tighten their bed, but yours is widely open so that you can feast on the little or the scarce resources available to the people?
Now, you made mention about it's now becoming a political statement that the 2027 election is between Nigeria or the APC, the ruling party, and Nigerians. And I also have heard it several times from Peter Obi, the presidential aspirant or candidate for the NDC. But in reality, is that the case? Because talking about the people, if the people do not have a formidable opposition party, so to say, that they can run to, if they feel that this current administration hasn't done well enough, would that even play out? Let's also talk about the attitude, the character, the structure of opposition parties in Nigeria, because over time, what the incumbent government has said is the fact that you guys haven't put your house together, and that's why we're seeing all of the political umbrella as parading the state of the nation.
Well, I pray they allow us to put our house together.
What do you mean by allow you put your house together? Are they part of the opposition in Nigeria?
I hope they allow us to exist. Because if you remember a particular incident when the present chief of staff was talking to Lafayette, who was at that time a member of the ADC in court, I think it was during his birthday, he said, go in there, fight them, destroy them, disturb them. So you can see that what we are experiencing in Nigeria is not just about the opposition, it is about the government in power dabbling into the affairs of the opposition. We want to begin to appeal. No, we've been appealing to them. Allow the opposition to exist. We are there. We're doing very well. Nigerians are seeing us. Like you did mention just now, the next election is actually between the APC and Nigerians. So whether they destroy or try to dabble into the opposition party politics in Nigeria, on that day Nigerians will vote. But I tell you this, we are getting stronger, we are getting better, and before we get to 2027 election, I can tell you the understanding between the oppositions in Nigeria will be so strong to the point that before 12 noon, 16th of January 2027, the result of that election would have been announced to the favor of the opposition party.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that. Now, as we get to coast home this conversation, let's talk about the role of INEC, the electoral umpire. In all of this, I saw why did you react like that? The role of the electoral umpire in all of this. How would you characterize them? Now, I'll still fall back to the closed door meeting between the president and the Catholic bishops in Nigeria, where they addressed most of these things, right? And Tinubu, the president, said it's a fair game. There's nothing wrong with the electoral umpire. It's just you thinking about what's not going on.
Well, what is fair is probably visible. It's visible to everybody. If it is fair, you will know. So if the Catholic bishop, who are not politicians, like I did mention just now, even the time of Jonathan, they used worse terms to address Jonathan's regime than what they told the present president. If the Catholic bishop are saying that what they are saying and what they are observing from afar is unfair, I mean, the president should at least sit down. It's not that it's not known to him. They know this. Yes, and that is why we're saying that, like my presidential candidate said, by the grace of God, when he's elected on the 16th of January 2027, one of the major things that we will do is to allow the institution in a free hand to run their affairs. Allow INEC to be able to come out to give us a fair and credible election so that Nigerians can decide who rule them. And I tell you, politicians are the most fearful set of people. I am a politician.
Why do you say that?
Good.
With all of the powers and influence?
No, politicians are the most fearful set of people. I tell you this, the day we have a free, fair and credible election in Nigeria, politicians will behave. They will. Because what we have now is the power of money and the power of government. So to that extent, they don't care. So when you talk about the opposition not getting ready for the next election, we are very ready, we are getting ready, we are prepared, but like the bishop said to the president, please allow opposition to breathe. Yes, you are seeing the hands of, quote it correctly, the hands of Jacob and the voice of Esau. That's what you see in Nigeria politics. And I tell you this did not happen during the time of Jonathan. Jonathan allowed everybody free, fair space to ply their political trade. And that is the least minimum Nigerians are asking from this present administration. Like I said just now, just talked about just my senatorial district. Few days ago, we hosted my billboard. You saw it there. But what did you see? APC talks are out there destroying every other billboard. And that is not fair. I want to again use this opportunity to appeal to the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, to please call APC talk to order. Because when this is not the way we behave in this land. This is not part of our character. We don't do this. I want to just use this word in Nissan. It has never happened in Nissan.
Okay, that's what it means.
Yes, no, what I mean, we've never been involved in talking. For the past 28, 30 years in politics in Esan, we've never had a situation where people are being killed or where billboards are being destroyed. This is the first time we are experiencing it, and it is sad that the APC government or the APC-led administration is allowing the APC talk to go about destroying other person's billboard. Like I said, our billboard are there; they are supposed to be there, but our billboard are in the mind of Nigeria, particularly the mind of Esan people, both home and abroad.
Okay, now speaking about the people, as we look ahead towards the election come 2027, what do you think should be the practical steps that political parties, electoral institutions and government can actually take, to ensure that voters and not political influence or institutional imbalance determine the outcome of elections?
What we are supposed to do is what the other political parties are doing. Campaigning and telling them what exactly they intend to do if voted into power, coming up with their manifesto, encouraging the people to, first of all, those that have closed now, to register so that they can vote. You will discover that it's only the opposition party that did that. The government in power didn't bother about telling people to come and vote because what they believe in is coronation.
But they also extended the duration for the exercise.
It's not the government that extended it. It is INEC that extended the duration for the exercise. But did you see any APC member or chairman or any person in APC coming on television to encourage people to go out there and register so that they can vote? No, because they believe that if we don't have people getting registered or people exchanging their OPVC for new one, the better for them. But I want to use this opportunity to appeal to Nigerians. On that day, please come out. Your vote will count. You will vote. Your vote will be counted, and your vote will count. Because that is the only way we politicians can maintain. Like I did mention just now, I said we are the most fearful set of creatures on earth. Because the moment we realize that your vote will count, we will change the drum.
Absolutely. Honorable John Yakubu, NDC Chieftain, thank you so much indeed for your time on the show today.
Thank you very much.
I'm wishing you the very best of everything.
Thank you.
All right, so anyway, it's up to you at the end of the day, Nigerians, voters, to do the needful. After all of this said and done, remember, just as Honorable did say, that your vote is your power and your vote truly counts. Say no to vote buying, say no to voter apathy. As we move ahead towards the 2027 general election, my name is Anu Luakpo Stevens. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up shortly. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're still on to This Morning on ITV. Now let's shift our attention to something really major, the East-West Road here in Nigeria. It's one of Nigeria's most strategic highways, serving as a vital economic corridor that links several states in the Niger Delta and facilitates the movement of people, goods, and services. Now, for millions of commuters, businesses, and host communities, it's more than just a road. It's a lifeline for commerce, investment, and national development. So yet, despite its importance, large sections of the highway have remained in poor condition, plagued by failed portions, persistent flooding, traffic gridlock, and safety concerns. The list actually is endless, okay? So motorists, transport operators, and residents continue to count the economic and human cost of delays, accident, and deteriorating infrastructure, prompting renewed calls for urgent government intervention. Is the current pace of rehabilitation really enough to address these long-standing challenges? What immediate measures are needed to restore the road to a safe and efficient standard? And what are the broader implications for the economic and regional development? Now, welcome once again, right, to the conversation, the East-West Road State of Emergency, urgent need for government intervention. Today we examine the condition of this critical highway, assess ongoing interventions, and discuss practical solutions to ensure it's once again serve the people and the nation's economy effectively. Well, joining me this morning virtually to do justice to this conversation, I have Reverend David Ugolo. He is the Executive Director, ANEEJ, joins virtually from Benin. Good morning. Welcome on board, Reverend David. How are you?
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Okay, now take us through the state of the road at this point. What really is playing out, and how bad and terrible is it?
Well, I'm sure that first, again, I want to thank ITV for this opportunity to, again, present this East-West Road, the most important economic asset in the Niger Delta region. And as you know, East-West Road is the road that links from Benin down to Calabar. Over 30 million Nigerians who vote every presidential election comes from this particular region. And unfortunately, this road today, from Benin down to Ogara, from Ogara to Sapele, to Warri, Wele, Port Harcourt, down to Calabar, going through those corridors is a huge challenge. This problem has been happening for the last 2 decades. And government have invested so much money trying to get these roads rehabilitated, but unfortunately, things haven't worked out. And today, as we speak, to even access Benin from either from Asaba or from Sapele or from Warri to Benin is a huge challenge. Before now, it takes less than 1 hour to go to Warri from Benin. But now, as we speak, if you want to make a plan to go to Warri, you have to put a full day if eventually you will be able to get to Warri. This is actually the real pain that the whole entire region feels. And what is the economic impact of this? It has slowed down economic growth for the region. It has increased difficulties of people who try to bring in their farm product to the urban center, and that have affected the livelihood of the people in the region, and thereby reducing the opportunity for economic growth that would have helped to reduce poverty in the entire region. This is the situation we have found ourselves in the Niger Delta region.
Reverend David, should that be the case? It's really pathetic and sad that we're hearing this, and also residents and communities get to go through this every single time. Especially the fact that the Niger Delta region is being known for the oil, producing its economy part of the state, if I'm to put it that way. And we're seeing this situation happen over and over again. The question is, why? Is it a case of the leaders, the political actors representing these places not doing enough, or what really is going on?
Yeah, well, I don't like pointing fingers towards people this time around. I think this is the opportunity for collective action. Different administrations have tried their best. Nothing has really come out. I think there's a huge opportunity for President Tinubu's government to turn the story around, because this will be a legacy project for President Tinubu and the entire political elite from the region. And I think, again, Senator Adam Oshomole clearly made this issue very coherent in the National Assembly when he raised questions around the East-West Road. And as a matter of fact, raised concerns around the role of the Minister of Works. And for me, this is not the time for political argument. What the Niger Delta people needs clearly is road that work. Because if East-West Road is properly built to a standard, I can tell you it can lead to economic transformation for the region. So that's why I said that what the people need at this point in time, and that's why we are calling on the president to declare the East-West Road a state of emergency. Because as we speak, people are dying. There's This bad road has now become opportunity for kidnappers, and the ransom payment, particularly in places like Ogara, Ologbo, down to Sapele and Warri, and because people that kidnappers have taken advantage of the poor road infrastructure. This is really unfortunate. So rather than pointing finger, this is the point for collective action. The government, the private sector, who are victims of these bad infrastructures, we all need to come together to work together, particularly the political elite from the region. And there is no important infrastructure more than that of the East-West Road. And that's why we're a bit concerned that the political will with which the current government puts in the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, that same political will should be exercised when it comes to the East-West Road, where over 30 million people commute every time. Massive infrastructures are taken from Lagos down to Calabar. And if you look the amount of damage that is happening to most vehicles when they ply this road, then you can imagine what the government can achieve if they are able to put in the required political will to make things happen, and to make sure that the current ongoing construction take the same pace as the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway.
Right. Now, talking about putting the right political will or the right mechanism to ensure that things are better as regards the state of the road in Nigeria. On the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning, it talks about, the major headline was about abandoned projects in the country, and it says federal government bars ministries from awarding unfunded contracts. I'd love to get your take on this, and also you'll link it up with what we're talking about at this point.
Well, that's also again comes to the issue of our contract, the procurement system in the country. We need to improve on the integrity system, and unfortunately, procurement processes need to be improved so that the right contractors are procured for the right job to be delivered. And then another thing that is also a big challenge is about the transparency around our budget and then disclosure of what is really released to the contractors to ensure that they carry out their work. And that's why one of the things that we have said about the issues that Comrade Adam Oshomole have raised at the National Assembly is that, hey, this is the opportunity for collective action. Is there any way the National Assembly can come with a kind of an accountability report that would help track what the contractors are doing and what level of job they have carried out? And then civil society, and from my open letter that I've written to the National Assembly, to the minister, which will be released this afternoon, and to the president, we are very clear about our message in that, look, if this whole procurement process is shrouded in secrecy, it will be pretty difficult for you to deliver. And shortage job that you have seen in the Niger Delta, particularly in this East-West Road, is as a result of lack of transparency. And the only way to overcome this challenge is to put in place an integrity system that will help provide opportunity for citizens like us and media organizations like ITV to answer the right questions that will help aid proper implementation of contracts across the region.
Okay, now in one word or 30 seconds, what would you advise, or what would your advice be to residents of that axis, commuters especially, and Nigerians, and how to behave or just the right things to do during this period, especially with regards to the security situation we're currently experiencing in the country, and how we can equip ourselves and be safe whilst all of this reconstruction or rehabilitation process is going on?
I think security is no longer just government purview any longer again. We all have responsibility for security, and that's why we are coming together in Ogara, my community where I come from, and the King have taken the leadership by convening a town hall meeting where all stakeholders will be invited. Particularly, Ogara has been a major victim of this kidnapping in the last few months. And we have lost many of our brothers and sisters. Women are not able to go to the farm again because of this killing and kidnapping. And so we're coming together in our town hall meeting to discuss how citizens can work together, complement the effort of law enforcement agency to take this forward.
Right, thank you so much. I have been speaking to Reverend David Ogolo. He is the Executive Director of HERNERT. Thank you so much indeed for your time today on the show.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we can only hope and pray that the right things are being done moving forward with regards to rehabilitation of bad roads in the country, especially federal roads in the nation. Anyway, that's our bit this morning right here on the show. We'll move over to Abuja studio for more on the show after this time out.
After a short break, it is the Abuja Network studio of independent television. Of course, TMI is a program, and this time around we have a guest to look at what we have lined up discussion, and it has to do with insecurity and President Bola Tinubu's continuous promises that he will tackle the issue of insecurity, and that it's really not going to be a negotiable discussion with the bad guys. And to do this, I have with me an APC chieftain from Oyo State. Is Dr. Abiola Wasiu. Very good morning to you. Good morning, Dr. Wasiu. Hello, doctor. Can you hear me? Hello, doctor. It appears he's not hearing me, but the video is clean and clear, but just that the audio is yet to be established. We just hope he can be able to do that in the next couple of seconds so we can start the discussion. And of course, the issue of insecurity is something that has been with us for about 2 decades now. It started in the northeast Maiduguri, where, of course, the Boko Haram sect started by, recruiting people, recruiting innocent residents, and at the point they took over, the suburb, and then moved into the hinterland. From there, they spread to other states in that region, Adamawa, Yobe, to Bauchi. Well, it happened once in Gombe, and the rest today is history, and we're still trying to see how that issue can be tackled effectively. And while the country was still dealing with the issue of terrorism and the Islamic sect issue arising from ISWAP, the issue around kidnapping, banditry arose in northwest, of Zamfara, of Sokoto, Kebbi, and that zone is still a zone that the Defense Ministry and, of course, Army, Navy, and Air Force is still battling to tackle, the bandit in that axis. And then when you come to the North Central, yes, the issue of farmers and herders clash has always been there. Plateau is Benue, and of course Nasarawa, the residents in that area have had a fair share of attack and many lives lost. That is also a pain in the heart of those responsible to maintaining peace and all that. We just hope all of this will be a thing of the past. Yes, we're saying this just to establish contact with our guest who appeared earlier, but we were unable to get his audio, and I'm sure the engineers are working on that. So let's take a short pause. We'll be back.
logistics. For instance, they can demand for bicycle, they can demand for vehicle, they can demand for money and some other things. So when you give them these things because they kidnap your people, your citizens, and you feel like you want to do everything possible for you to get your people out, you are invariably empowering them. That is why what Mr. President did in Orire local government in Osun, in your state is commendable, whereby despite the pressure from the families of the kidnap victims, despite the pressure from opposition in the country, Mr. President insisted not negotiating with these criminals. And the tactics and the way and manner the military, the police, and other security agencies went about these incidents proved that Nigeria can be ranked among the top tier country in the world. The Nigerian military and intelligence community can be likened to what we have in the US, in the UK, in the West generally, whereby you have an enhanced capacity to gather intelligence about the terrorists and explore that to pressure the terrorists to release the people they kidnapped. So I want to really commend Mr. President for doing this and for making sure that these terrorists do not benefit whatsoever from the incident.
Okay, so well, the issue about the president comment is not particular about the Orire kidnap. You know, when you look at the country, from the northeast to the north central to the northwest, the southeast, and of course the southwest, there are pockets of, you know, waves of insecurity, which, you know, the bishop also presented this to the president, which he defended. So the issue is that rather than say that you will not negotiate with the terrorists, can we not have a system whereby we prevent the terrorists from even attacking or kidnapping innocent Nigerians?
Yes, I think what we have in the country, Nigeria is a federal nation, and we have federating units. And remember, the entire, the terrorists, the people that did this kidnapping are not from Oyo State. Imagine that. They are not from Oyo State. They are from North. They're from the North. And before now, before the Orire incidents happened, you know that, you recall that the kidnapping, the terrorism, the banditry has been happening in the North. So talking about intelligence, preventing this from happening, it has a lot to do with governance structure in the state across the country. There are many issues in the North that gave birth to Boko Haram, that gave birth to banditry, that gave birth to kidnapping and what sort. And they are alien to us in the West. They are alien to us in the West. And that is the reason you see the community cooperation with the military, the intelligence agencies, with the police, was very robust in Oyo State, because it's alien to us. We don't know about it. We know we have pocket of issues, small scale stealing, robbery here and there, which is available everywhere in the world. But we don't have that kind of large scale banditry, kidnapping, terrorism. We don't have it in the West. We don't have it. It's alien to us.
You know, before that issue in Oyo State, there were times that intelligent reports suggest that some schools in some state be closed. And I know that in Niger State, some schools were closed, depending on the area. In Edo State, in Edo North, some schools were closed. In Enugu, some schools were closed. How come that of Oyo slipped away? if the people
problem,
are really involved in intels.
The problem is we have problem in the Oyo State in particular because our governor is in the opposition, and when
No,
the mood is,
let's just look at the issue. Forget about the governor who is in the opposition. It also happened. It also happened in a state governed by the ruling party. In Niger, of course, is the APC that is there. It happened. In Kwara, it's APC. It happened. So let's leave away political party.
I'm coming. I will get there, because when you look at Niger is in the north. Okay, Niger is in the north, and the issue, the factors that enabled this banditry and terrorism to prevail, those factors also present in Niger State. So when you have Almajiri system of government of livelihood, these are things that enables banditry and terrorism to prevail. And these are cultural and religious issues that is very difficult to deal with. We don't have that in the West. We don't have that in Oyo State. Kwara, like you said, Kwara is also in the north, and you also have elements of some of these issues that I just mentioned. But the situation is different in Oyo State. We don't have such. In Oyo State, no matter how little you have, be it 5 years, be it 10 years, once you stop going to school, you must learn something. Your parents will take you either to go and learn organizing, or to go and learn mechanic, or to go and learn how to sell, or do something. You can't stay in the house doing something, doing nothing till you become a teenager. It's not possible. You can't find it in Southwest, especially in your state. So, but some of the issues that enabled this to happen were there. But because of the fact that the government, the state government, look away from some of these things, believing that some of these are exaggerated. And you look, remember, before the incident
Dr. Wasiu, if you can hear me.
Agency
Hello, doctor.
They actually intended.
Hello, doctor. You know, campaign will soon start on the 15th of August. I've said let's keep away, the blame game and look at the issue. You know, when you look at the Constitution, Section 22 is telling you that welfare and security of the people is the sole responsibility of government. And here, who controls Army, Navy, Custom? You know, it's it's the federal government. The state governors have little or nothing to do when it comes to the issue of giving directive to hierarchy of security agencies. But away from that, we have seen that recently the president has given order for the recruitment of about 28,000 Nigerians into the security agencies. How do you think that can address the issue of insecurity? Is it about manpower, or about technology, or about military hardware? Which should be prioritized?
I think all these are factors that enables the military to perform their duty properly. We must give kudos to Mr. President for being thoughtful in creating more divisions of military. Now we have more divisions. It shows that this is extending, is enlarging the coverage of the military. And that is the reason why 28,000 recruitment was approved for the military. This shows that we have more hands in the military to man these new divisions that are being created. And you see, because these are issues born out of proactiveness, being pragmatic by the president. Kwara, Kogi has seen the increase in activities of terrorism and banditry in the recent, and and a division, and it's not been cited around there. So it had to do with all these that you mentioned, be it hardware, technology, intelligence, and even the manpower. So we need all this to, for us to be able to combat this emerging threat to our unity, to our existence as a nation. And I want to believe and pray that the governors of the states where these divisions should be cited will not play politics, because if you are a governor in your state, even when you don't control the military, when you don't control the police, you know that creating an enabling environment for dialogue to exist between you and these security agencies and installations is very paramount to you providing leadership in your state. When you have explosion in your state, you are quick to call on the president, and you are able to get 30 billion naira for that. And when it now comes to kidnapping of this, you fail to call Mr. President, waiting for Mr. President to be the first to call you, then it shows that we are playing politics. And when you see, even when the thing happened, instead of the leader of the state to be happy in rejoicing with these people that have been rescued, you are calling for United Nations to probe into this. This is taking politics too far. We don't need to play politics with the lives of people. We need to be pragmatic. We need to be proactive. We need to be serious. When we see issues of threat that pose a danger to our collective living as a people, we must attend to those issues without considering where or who is at the federal, who and who at the state. We must work together. Look at the people that are now been freed and united with their people. They have nothing to do with whether you're APC or APM or PDP. What they just want to do is to go back to their family. And that is what has happened now. So we are happy.
Our time is up.
People have been.
I must thank you for your time. We lost most of the time, trying to establish the contact, with the Zoom.
All right. Okay.
I'm sure we'll bring you back again for other discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, viewers, thank you for your time with us. We are now moving to Lagos Network Studio for, continuation of the program, TMI.
Many thanks for rejoining on this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unko. And of course, my guest this morning that would be doing this together is Barrister Atta Adams. He's a legal practitioner and also Barrister, good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, and Happy New Month.
Happy New Month, yeah. It is the third day of the month of August, and we're excited to see today. So the release of INEC's latest final list of candidates has generated public controversy, particularly over the exclusion of some political parties and the candidates following court rulings. INEC maintains that its actions are guided by existing judicial decisions and the Electoral Act, while affected parties argued that the omissions undermine democratic rights and are pursuing legal remedies. In presence of, the former president of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, his name was excluded, and some other persons, and they are not finding it. So according to INEC, they said INEC says the published list reflects candidates who met all legal requirements and whose nominations were valid at the close of the nomination process. Some major parties have protested the exclusions of their candidates. insisting that they remain legally recognized and should appear on the ballot. The dispute stems largely from internal party crisis and conflicting court judgments, highlighting the growing role of the judiciary in Nigeria's electoral process. Political observers says the outcome of pending appeals could influence the credibility of the election and also the voters' confidence. Barrister Atta, what is your take on this? I mean, the part that, you know, the name of the former president of Nigeria, President Goodluck Jonathan, his name was excluded. You know, that part got a lot of people talking, and sparked a lot of reactions. You know, some persons were should I say happy about the whole decision, saying, oh, you've been there before, why are you coming back again? Why some person said it's not being fair on him and some other persons that their name was, you know, excluded. What is the significance of INEC's final list in Nigeria's electoral process?
Well, let me start by saying that there is no law that foreclosed the former president, President Goodluck Jonathan. There is no law that forecloses him from contesting. It's his constitutional right. So, and that is why he's out to contest. So I disagree with the people that are saying that he's been there before and then hence he cannot contest. It's his constitutional right. He's now left for the people to vote him if they want him. That's number one. And then number two, as to the list, you have asked a specific question as to the list. Well, I'm not surprised that some people's names are excluded, inclusive of the former president name, because it belongs to the wrong camp. Because the latest Supreme Court decision, the latest decision of the court affirmed the Wike's camp. And whereas it belonged to the Turaki camp.
Turaki, yeah, exactly.
So it is the Turaki camp that nominated him. It is the Turaki camp that submitted his name. So you don't expect INEC to work contrary to the pronouncement of the court. You can't eat your cake and have it.
But that was not the main reason INEC excluded. No. They said they didn't meet up with the legal requirement.
If the legal requirement presupposes that your name must be submitted by the right people that are supposed to nominate you, it's part of the legal requirements, because there's a court decision that discountenance with the Turaki-led committee there about executive, and then you went to align with that force. There is INEC, I don't blame INEC. INEC is just simply complying with the pronouncement of the court. The court say that, no, Turaki executive is hereby dissolved forthwith. All you need to do is to align with the right camp and not to go and work with people whose name have been delisted from the INEC portal. So I agree with INEC on that. INEC is simply complying with the decision of the court. Court discredited the Turaki-led executive. So why are you allowing yourself to be used by a committee that is not recognized? That is what happened as to what we saw in the list of INEC as to the non-publication of the name of the former president. So I don't think the INEC is they are wrong in any capacity. They were only simply obeying the order of the court. We say that Turaki committee, Turaki executive is hereby dissolved. So I agree with INEC on that.
I mean, this is coming after the primaries election. Why allowing them conduct the primaries election when you know that, oh, they are not meeting with, or they did not meet with the legal, you know, the legal process and all of that. They're not qualified.
There is no law.
Why allowing them do the primaries first?
There is no law that forbids INEC from stopping any party from conducting their primary election. What the law says is INEC should observe. There is no law that forbids INEC to come and stop PDP or APC or any party from conducting primary election. You can go ahead and submit. There can even be parallel leadership, just like what we have been seeing over time in some states under APC. You see that some people belong to this camp, some people belong to the other camp. And then we equally saw that with PDP thereabout. So there is no law that says INEC go and stop them. You can go ahead and then do it, but by the time you submit your names, INEC will now look at it and marry it with the existing court judgment. And then INEC will now walk in line with the pronouncement of the court. INEC is not above the law. They must comply with the order of the court, even though they are not complying in some situation. Where it favors whoever they want, they play along, and then where he does not favor whoever they choose not to agree with, they go contrary or otherwise. So I'm not surprised at what we are seeing. The former president is not exempted from the order of the court. The order of the court is specific. So if he allows himself to be used, it's left for him. So I agree with INEC as to the exclusion because there is a subsisting judgment as to the leadership of PDP crisis. And the court say that I agree with the Wike's camp. So what are you now going to allow yourself to be used as an instrument by the Turaki committee, and then your name is submitted? He knows better. The former president knows better. He knows the practical implication. He's a senior politician. He has been there. He has got into the apex. And now, he now allow himself to be used. So I agree with INEC in Wholesome for excluding his name, because INEC was just simply complying with the order of the court.
So you do not think INEC is being biased? Because the opposition parties now, they're saying, some opposition parties, they're saying INEC is being biased. But the president came out to say that, defended the INEC, that they're not being biased. And a lot of persons were saying, oh, why would a lot of persons were saying, why would the president at first come out to defend INEC, that he's not supposed to come out to defend INEC? But opposition parties now saying that INEC have been biased. You
see, what do you expect from Mr. President? Because INEC is working at the instance of APC. Let me say it how it is, wholeheartedly. INEC is working for them. If INEC is not working, the provisions of the Constitution is clear as to the requirement to which you can contest. You must submit your O-level and some other certificate. How on earth will someone now submit a higher institution certificate and then he discountenance with O-level and then is it a primary school certificate on the portal, and then INEC allow all those illegalities and infraction? Why do you expect the opposition to keep quiet? It therefore presupposes that INEC is working for Mr. President, and that's why you see that Mr. President is out conveniently and confident is out, and then he's now speaking for INEC. INEC an independent. Mr. President is now the spokesperson. INEC. That is so disheartening and disgusting. God forbid.
You're saying INEC is working for the president.
Well, I'm not saying my words, but we are seeing from their demeanor, we are seeing from their countenance, we are seeing from everything they are exhibiting and clearly showing over time. We are seeing that even Mr. President is not hiding his chemistry as to what INEC is doing for him. He came out recently as a spokesperson for INEC. Where is it done that Mr. President is now the one to defend a body that is saddled with the responsibility of conducting a free and fair election? You that you are a candidate in an election, Mr. President, you are a candidate in the forthcoming election. You now somersaulted, and then you now make yourself the spokesperson for INEC. It's too bad for him to do that. He's supposed to sit down independently and then allow INEC to do their work in line with the Constitution. And that's why the opposition, how come no primary school certificate, no O-level, in line with the provisions of the Constitution, and then you went ahead to post your higher certificate thereabout? Where is it done? Is that not on the part of INEC for them not to do their work properly? These Nigerians are seeking for Mr. President, instead of him to come out and respond to that, he came out to defend INEC. I'm not in support of that. So yes. At this point, you feel these people that their name has been omitted, they do not stand a chance at all, because INEC, because the court has spoken. Well, some of them are still in court. If the court say, oh, amend your list to accommodate so candidates, I learned a lot of people are affected, even the NED of Delta State thereabouts, and some other big dignitaries who have been in the system for over time. A lot of them are affected. They fail to get the return tickets thereabout. If the court say that, oh, INEC, you have to amend your list to accommodate the INEC must comply with it. Some of them have gone to court. As I'm speaking to you right now, their matters are pending in court. If the court say, oh, INEC, I'm not in agreement with this, your list, you have to amend it to accommodate this and that, INEC must comply with the order of the court. You can't shift the goalposts in the middle. It's not done. So you must comply with the order of the court. There's no ball in the air. And that is why every party must comply with the order of the court. So as it is now, INEC is working with the timetable. Time is of essence, and I hope that the judiciary puts all their best to ensure that unity of the system is well equipped thereabouts, because I will say that the judiciary, I want to congratulate for standing firm, for not deviating from the principle of the Supreme Court that say that it is not the business of the court to interfere with the internal democracy of any party. And, on that basis, appeal recently the fact that Atiku's nomination and then Peter Obi and all those other parties that the trial court yank off their right to contest recently, the Court of Appeal said no, they have a right to contest. So, and that is what we want. We don't want our democracy to die. It is too young, and we are still building it. So, Mr. President, I'm surprised at the antecedent of Mr. President. Why? It's unacceptable. We will not allow that, because of the fact that Mr. President stood firm over time, and then he benefited from democracy. Look at his trajectory. Look at his history. Look at his organogram. Look at his build-up towards the last election. He benefited from the proceed of democracy. Why will you now want to come and kill the democracy that you benefit from? God forbid for our country to go to one-party system. People must come out to contest.
But it's looking like it's already a one-party state.
It's not a one-party. It's not one party.
I'm not saying it's a one-party state. I'm saying it's already looking like.
It's not, because every other party, Peter Obi is going to be on the ballot. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is going to be on. So, and other people, Showore is there. How will you brand it as one system? It's not. We can say that use the system to rig the system. But however, Nigerians would firm. We are coming out, we are resolute, we are coming out actively 2027, and then determine our fate. How long are we going to continue to mortgage the system?
I mean, you know for yourself that you're coming out to vote. Nigerians, I mean, some persons, I'll about vote apathy. Some persons are thinking, oh, what if I come out to vote? My vote. What if I come out? You know, let's take a look at Paris election, for instance. I mean, with the ruling party, we saw the kind of votes that they pulled for the primaries election, over almost 11 million. And some persons are saying they really should get these votes. What about the forthcoming 2027 election? Some persons are scared. Will my votes count? Even if I come out to vote my conscience or vote the person we want, I mean, we've been seeing happening in the country in terms of food scarcity, insecurity, and all of that. I'm coming out to vote this person, I want this person. Okay, we want change. Will my votes count? A lot of Nigerians are scared. What would you have to say?
Well, I want to say that...
or should I say they are bothered?
Well, they should be bothered, because over time, people are beginning to lose interest in the system. In fact, some people have even lost interest in it. But I want us to stand firm, because if you lose interest in the system, who is now going to govern you? Are we going to allow this failure continue to manipulate the system, and then they continue to hand over to whoever they want to over time and time? We must come out to exercise our right. It is our civic right. It is our constitutional right. It is inbuilt, it's innate. It's something that we cannot take away from ourselves. So we must come out to elect our leaders. We must not allow these people to continue to manipulate the system, like I said. So Nigerians should come out. They should not panic. Their votes will count. Their votes will count. Their votes will count. I repeat that in threefold. So let them come out. Because we cannot afford to stay back. Is it that you stay back and then you allow what we're experiencing now, the illegalities, the infraction, the incessant killing, unlawful killing, and the kidnapping and the recklessness in the system, and then we're operating a ghost system. Recently, you saw what happened where there's an agency that is being branded as a ghost. How on earth can that happen? This government is so, they are so mad, they are just there. I don't know the right word to use for them, because over time they have clearly shown that they are not ready. And that is why you see that under the immediate president, you saw what there are a series of news in the air that Snake was busy eating money then and all those things. Now we are now experiencing a ghost system. How? A budget is being assigned for an office that does not exist? How on earth? Who will believe that? Who will believe that? It's clear that is a pure fraud. It's a case of fraud, and all of them are aware of it. We are not zombies that you can come and then you feel that you can manipulate us left and right and everything. I will not agree with that. It's clear that there are a lot of conspiracy around that scam, and then over time, God will expose them.
Over time, God will expose them. Okay, let's talk about credibility and fairness of the election. Could this dispute affect it? I mean, all this shenanigans, do you think it's going to affect the credibility and fairness of the forthcoming election?
Well, I'm positive about the forthcoming election because I know that Nigerians are tired. And the best way for them to come out is for them to have trust in the system. You must have trust in something. Otherwise, you are going to fail. If you are panicking already, whether or not your vote is going to count, it will give edge to these other people. So these people have used all means, they have used all arsenal, they have used all strength with a view to weaken the opposition, series of court matters, court orders on a daily basis, and then you and I, from over time now, you agree with me as to what happened, as to what is it called, the transmission and the transfer. Nigerians came out massively and then we protested. Still, these people still find their way in. How? How on earth? And that's why we have to come out. We must come out because they had already frustrated our effort as to the electronic transmission. They have interpreted it in such a way that it will suit them. And that is why we must come out to ensure that their plan will not work. So that we can, in this 21st century, who does that? We are still calling for analog in this 21st century, where the world is moving fast. Who does that, if not for people who benefit from the proceeds?
They said if it fails, if it fails, they're not saying, oh, we are using analog. They just said, oh, if it fails, then we can have like a backup. Analog is just like a backup. That's what the Senate president said.
Well, that is his own interpretation to suit them. Yes, it's been interpreted in such a way because we must ensure that it will not fail. You must give priority to success first. Nobody celebrates failure. I don't celebrate failure, and I know that you don't celebrate failure. But our politicians, they celebrate failure because it supports their own system, because it favors them, because it's to their credit, because it's to their advantage. And that is why some of us who are strong advocates for good governance and respect for rule of law and constituted authority, that's why we're calling on Nigerians to come out and exercise their rights in line with the provisions of the Constitution. The provisions of the Constitution is not mere cosmetics. It must be followed. And that is why you and I, we must go out as an advocate for good governance. We must tell Nigerians that we must not record voters' apathy in 2027. We must come out. We must come out, and we must come out to defeat these people. That's the best I can say.
I mean, you're pretty much convinced that people would come out for this election.
Yes, we don't have any other option. We have to come out. Freedom is not given voluntarily. You must come out. You must request. You must fight for it in a civil society. And the best way you can do it under democracy is for you to come out and exercise your constitutional right. It's for you to vote. You can't sit down and then you'll be gossiping, or you sit down in your bedroom and then you'll be counting votes. Oh, look at what is happening. Look at this. When you refuse to come out to vote, you refuse to defend your votes, and then you fail to participate. You are stopped. There's what we call estoppel. Estoppel by conduct under our legal jurisprudence. By your conduct, if you stay back and you allow somebody to take advantage of you, you cannot then come out later and then you'll be murmuring and then you'll be complaining. You are stopped. Estoppel by conduct. Your own conduct is now caught up by you.
Don't you think at this point Nigeria should reform its electoral laws to reduce last-minute litigation over candidates?
We are tired of amendments of our legal system. We are tired of it. Now boils down to we now putting effort to make it to work.
We Nigerians.
Yes. Okay. The system must work. The judiciary, I give kudos to the judiciary for the recent pronouncement by giving room for other parties to participate in the election. The ploy was to frustrate the opposition. The ploy was to frustrate Peter Obi. The ploy was to frustrate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar Showore and others. How on earth you brand yourself that you want to operate democracy and then you now want to operate one-party system? Only the president, Mr. President, wants to be on the ballot paper. God forbid. It's unacceptable. It's not going to work. and I commend the appellate court for their rugged and by giving room for other parties to participate. So the judiciary is they are making effort, and then what we should be clamoring for is timely dispensation of election matters, either pre-election or thereabouts. That is what we should be seeking for, and then we urge the judiciary to equally intensify their fairness and equity base in such a way that your decisions will not be one-way traffic. Let it be fair and let it be just in such a way that it can promote our democracy. The judiciary should not be used as a tool to water down or to cripple the efforts of our democracy. The judiciary is supposed to be the last hope of the common man.
Of course, it's the last hope of the common man. And you think they are doing their job right?
Yes.
Okay.
The judiciary is they are trying their best. I give them, because we know that the judiciary, they are human. They are not perfect. But Nemo called that non-habit. You can't give out what you don't have. It's facts that are being presented to the court. It's on that basis that the court operates on. So many people may not understand the terrain. A lot of Nigerians don't understand how the judiciary operates. It is what you garbage in that we garbage out. It is a fact that you present the court, that the court will work on, and then make pronouncement. The court cannot engage in speculation and then make a pronouncement. No. It's based on the facts that are before the court.
So the president recently had a meeting with Archbishop Oyenika over. They had a meeting where the Archbishop told him that Nigeria, is not working, the situation in the country, and the presidency came out to, say that Nigeria is working, the economy is booming, and the bishop also made mention that Nigeria is becoming a one-party state. We already spoke about that. But but the fact that it came out to say, oh, Nigeria is not working, the economy is not working, but the presidency debunked that. They said Nigeria is working. What would you have to say? I mean, we are in this country, we see what is happening in terms of not just insecurity, in terms of food scarcity, food insecurity. People are not safe. We do see different kidnapping stories from different states in Nigeria. We saw the one that recently happened in Enugu State a few days ago, and this thing keeps happening. It keeps happening. I mean, Nigerians, they've been wanting for a lasting, what they've been asking for is a lasting solution to insecurity. Now, the bishop came out to say that, oh, this thing is not working, the economy is not working. But the president said, no, the economy is working. What would you have to say? I mean, with what you've been seeing, I mean, you're Nigeria, I'm Nigerian, and we've been seeing what have been happening in the country. For the president to come out to say the economy is working.
Like I said, nobody celebrates failure except their cohorts, except people who are benefiting from the proceed. And that's why you see that the presidency will come out and say that the system is working. We are not fools, like I said. But to them, the system is working. But to a common Nigerians and every other person, for those people in Aso Rock, the system is working. But for we outside, we know the truth that the system is not working. If you ask me to rate this government, this President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on insecurity, I'll rate them 0/10. On Nigerians' welfareism, I will give them 0/10. On every other thing, I rate them 0/10, because any government that does not cater for the welfareism and cannot protect life and properties, is that what you call a government? It's not different from a banana republic. That is their mode of operation. I say this with due respect to the system. A system that lack respect for rule of law. They don't obey court order. All they are interested, the only thing I can rate them 5/10 is their ability to manipulate position to their credit. In other words, they have about 30 governors now. Is it 30 for APC? But that will not work for them. So Nigerians are coming out massively. It's going to surprise them. It is going to surprise them. Let me also inform you that a lot of people that voted them in the last election, they are regretting now. There is no different petrol station for them. Are they buying a liter different from the amount you and I were buying it? They are actually suffering it. They are regretting. They are on a daily basis.
They are regretting and regretting on a daily basis. What about, who are the 11 million, almost 11 million people that voted for the primary
that scam is skyrocketed figure. Let me put it that way. Do you know the person that contested along Mr. President? Have you heard it before? He just went to bundle somebody from somewhere and then he came and they wrote a figure for themselves. They line up. Don't you see all the videos on social media circulating from 100 to 800? Somebody is counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And next thing is 50. From 10 to 50. From 50 to 1.8. That is how they operate. That is a clear indication that Nigeria should be ready for them in 2027. What they have shown in their primary is a clear indication that is a learning pattern. They have learned it from that procedure. It has worked for them. They have submitted the figure to INEC, and INEC agree with them. So they just use that as a template. I overheard their former boss, Izzy Ganduchi, where he said that they already have a template that they want to adopt for the Osun State election. So you see, you have a template. Are you the body that is conducting the election? On what basis are you having a template? How you see how bad these people are now selfish.
Let's talk about this. What incidents? What if it's actually the people around him that are feeding with wrong informations? What do you think the president, because for him to say that, oh, the economy is working, I mean, that is what he knows, that is what he thinks, that is what the people around him are feeding him with. Don't you think it's actually the people around him that are feeding him with wrong information, making him to feel that the economy is actually working?
Well, I am not there, and I cannot think what I'm not privy to. I cannot think, because I know that Mr. President he sees everything. He's the father figure. After God and his cabinet, the next person on earth that oversees the affairs of man is the president. He's the number one. He's as good as human, what is it called? God on earth. Let me use that in the elementary sense. So, but that notwithstanding, Mr. President is seeing everything that is happening. He cannot say that he was only told by his or he's being spoon-fed by his cabinet or kitchen cabinet or executive. He is seeing everything. He reads newspaper. He sees, he cannot say that it's foreclosed from seeing the activities on social media, even though he said that I don't go to social media anymore. He said it some time ago. Is that a precedent in this 21st century? You'll see somebody like Donald Trump. Look at what happened recently, where somebody went to rescue somebody from, is he the sea or something thereabout. Mr. Donald Trump, he saw that on social media, and then he appreciated the young man. He even they invited the man to Aso Rock, no, not to White House and about and everything. You must go on social media to be abreast with what is happening. You cannot create an analog presidency in this 21st century. So, Mr. President, for him to come out and they abuse me on social media, what about the former president? That people abuse him, the late president Muhammadu Buhari, said that he's not the one in Aso Rock. He did not say that I don't go to social media. You must go to social media to see what is happening. You cannot operate an analog set 4th century. You must be abreast with the activities of things. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about to what extent can internal party disputes determine who eventually appears on the ballot?
Well, internal disputes, the Supreme Court have said that the court should not interfere with the internal dispute of parties. But the provisions of the Constitution is clear. If you agree with a decision that affects you whether positively or negatively, you have a right to go to court. It is your right. So where there are disputes, we must not wait until where there is a breakdown of law and then anarchy now setting. Any aggrieved party should go to court. And that is why you see that even though some people's names are exempted from the INEC portal, there are still matters pending in court. And if the court make a pronouncement today, INEC must amend their portal in such a way that they will accommodate the name of anybody that the court affirmed as a full candidate. So INEC is a timetable, but time is of essence. Any moment from now, campaign will start.
Mhm.
There will be massive campaign all over. So how do you go and spend billions, millions, billions on campaign, and then at the last minute, the court will say that you are not the right candidate. There are even situations that even after election, the aggrieved party, some of the people that their names are exempted, they can even go to court, or maybe now, and the court will now make pronouncement, assuming their party won the election, and then they annexed their name,
Mhm.
and then the party won the election with another candidate. If the court can order either for a rerun or alternatively ask that the vote belongs to the party. Hence, the person whose name was is now to take over the mantle of leadership, where the other party, the other person have wasted money to campaign. What then happened? So a lot of lacunas in our laws, a lot of enigmas, a lot of loopholes that needs to be there. So over time, a lot of issues continue to spark up over time, and institutions spark up. The judiciary should be able to withstand it. The primary responsibility of the judiciary, of constitution as amended.
Okay, so you're a legal practitioner. I want you to explain to the viewers, because I'm a bit finding this difficult as well to understand the fact that, I mean, we're still talking about the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. According to INEC, he didn't meet the legal requirements, but he contested before, won before. He was the former. Why is he not meeting? I don't know. It's a bit confusing. That's, you should explain to me, viewers. He was once the president, and now he's no longer qualified because he didn't meet up with the legal requirement.
No, he's qualified. Let us get it right.
Okay, he's qualified, but he did not meet up with the legal requirement.
But he's a victim of the party situation. He's qualified. There is no law that discredits him. He meets up with the provisions of the Constitution. There's no, because he contested before and then he won, and then that does not foreclose him from contesting now. He is qualified to contest. But however, meeting up with the current situation, the current reality, is caught in that web. How? He belongs to the wrong camp. The court had already and discredited the Turaki-led committee, like I said. You cannot belong to that group. You can't eat your cake and have it. You can't be in London and then at the same time you are in where is it called? You are in America. It's not possible. You must be in one place. And then he went to align with the wrong camp. The right camp as to the leadership of PDP right now is the weakest camp. He is the weakest camp. And he allowed himself to be used, like I said, by the Turaki committee. So it's left for him. I don't know why people are making it look like he contested before. He's now foreclosed from, because of that, INEC now discredited him. No.
Okay.
INEC discredited him because of the fact that his name was submitted by the executive that is not recognized by INEC. It's just like the same leadership issue that ADC experienced as to the leadership of ADC, David Mark leadership, as to Bala Gombe, thereabout. Is that his name? The other man that took David Mark leadership to the court, and we now had a divided, what is called leadership in ADC. It's the same thing in PDP. It's the same thing in PDP. Until the court now affirmed that David Mark leadership is a right leadership to pilot the affairs of ADC. It was on that basis. You will recall that at a point, INEC even removed the name of David Mark from their portal, not until the court now affirmed their leadership. So it's the same issue with, what is it called, PDP leadership. There is weakest camp. There is, what is it called? There is Turaki's camp. So series of court pronouncements as to the Amala injunction in what is it called, Ibadan, what is it called, Oyo State. There were series of court orders. So at least the latest is the one that INEC will comply with, and the latest is the one that affirmed the Wike's scam. So he himself, the former president, is aware of that order. And is, like I said, he's not new to the system. He's not alien.
Exactly.
He's a senior man. He knows that the court order subsists until set aside. He is equally aware that INEC is bound to comply with the latest court order. Number 3, he is equally aware that the court order does not validate the Turaki committee. So why will you now go and align yourself with failure? Turaki leadership is already discarded. So why will you now allow them to use you as an instrument? Now, as we are speaking now, there is no candidate for PDP. What is the fate of PDP? Is it that the party is totally dead? They don't have any candidate right now because of the fact that INEC refused to upload the details of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. So therefore presupposes that PDP is left without a candidate.
Okay, at this point, can an election be nullified if a court later finds out that a qualified candidate was unlawfully excluded from the ballot?
Yes, we have seen it in a series of state. Supreme Court have affirmed that even before now, the Supreme Court have said in some situation that if you are the wrong person, even though you contested that election, you can see what happened in, in Imo State. That ushered in Hope Uzodinma. He was distant number 3rd.
Oh.
Yes, he was the number 3 in that election. Then I don't know, pronouncement was made. How can you disqualify? You remove the votes of number 1 person, you remove the number of votes of number 2, and then you now say that the 3rd person now won the election. What kind of pronouncement of the court is that? But that is a court. That's the judgment of the court. Who am I? So we have seen over time that the Supreme Courts have held that if you are the wrong person and by your manipulation and by your fraud, your name, INEC align with your name, and then thereafter the court now observe that you are not the right person. The court can say that no and say, oh, although PDP won the election, but you are not the right candidate. Give the ticket to the right candidate, and you have lost it. You have lost everything.
So, are those opposition parties are doing enough for the forthcoming 2027 election?
Let me say this, because the opposition over time they have been distracted with court matters.
Oh, they've been distracted.
Yes, court matters, and then a lot of distraction. You can see that they spent a lot of time fighting court matters, internal crisis and everything. You can see election is less than 7 months thereabout, and up to date they are just getting their base, even though campaign have not started. But indirectly campaign have started. I've not seen any sign of serious on the part of the opposition. And I will continue to say it, and I'm saying I have not seen any sign of seriousness on the part of the opposition. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, I have not seen any sign on his part. The same thing with Peter Obi. These are strong people expecting them to, and then see and chase away these wrong people.
Ahead of 2027, should INEC, political parties and judiciary do differently to avoid similar controversies?
INEC should be in there.
They should be independent.
They should not be seen to be in alliance with the ruling party. INEC should be independent. Show that indeed we are independent. You must demonstrate your name. You are independent. So you must not be in alliance, or you must not be in a concession with the ruling party. You are not there to impress it, but you are there pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution as an independent body saddled with the responsibility of conducting a free and fair election. So they must. And on the part of the judiciary, like I said, judiciary is there pursuant to Section 6 of the 1999. It is a creation of the Constitution. So you must respect the fact that you are you are a product of the Constitution, and they must be fair.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Atta, for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you all our beautiful viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Restelina Unko. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on TMI. Do stay with us.
Good morning. Happy new month. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Better still call me a social media butterfly. Now, our video of the day is how Jarvis and Pele wedding went over the weekend in Lagos, Nigeria. Take a look. Big congratulations to the latest youngest couple ever currently in Nigeria. Now, we kickstart with our main story for today. President Bola Tinubu in the news for interesting reasons. Now, on Thursday, he urged state governors to stop building flyovers in areas with low traffic and instead channel their significantly enhanced federal allocations into road networks that will improve living standards and give security agencies better access to remote areas. Now, take a look at that moment. Now we'll move over to comments. I honestly wish we had that video. It would have just made everything better. But this one says they are getting 4 to 5 times what they used to get today. Mr. President have been consistent in saying these lines unapologetically. I love me a brave president. Now another user reacting to the story wrote, drag those governors, Mr. President, building and developing exorbitant projects with no value to the people, high capital intensive and low impact project. Anyway, away from that, another major trending conversation was the rift between former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. As former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Friday described his decision to pick former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as his running mate in the 1999 presidential election as his biggest mistake of his presidency. Now, if we have the video, let's have it on. This user wrote, Baba Obasanjo seems to have forgotten that when he returned from prison in June 1998, he had no political structure and funds. It was PDM where Atiku had great influence that helped him. Baba became president because the kingmakers chose him. Chief Falaye would have won in 1999. Now, another reaction on this would be from this user who wrote, Obasanjo will never get over the pain of the third term, and one man he thinks made it not work. Atiku must be maligned at all costs. Shame. Now, still talking about mistakes, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has said that the biggest mistakes his successor made, Siminalayi Fubara, were trying to do things alone and attempting to build his own political structure too early after assuming office as governor. Let's take a look at the video if we have it.
Excellency, I'm sorry to interject. So what if I hear you clearly, because Loretta Chama will be answering the question. The mistake the governor made was trying to say he wants to do it by himself. But he wanted, yes, and never tried to set up his own structure as against the structure that built him. And you know, it was too early. In fact, it did not take up to 100 days. We saw it. We said something must be fundamentally wrong. Forget about people who say, oh, they are putting pressure to bring money and it's. Look. Were you asking him for money, Excellency?
Now let's have reactions on the story. We'll start off with this user who wrote on X. Well, this one wrote, In my considered opinion, he who makes you can mar you. The game of power is deep and not for political amateurs. The governor must have learned his lessons. Finally, did Wike ever ask the governor to line his pocket from political funds? He needs to answer that. Well, another user wrote on X on this story, saying it's too early just means has stopped taking instructions from Abuja faster than you expected. You can't govern Rivers State by proxy. This was the reason you, Wike, never let Governor Fubara do the job he was elected to do. Well, still taking more reactions, this user wrote, Arn X still, okay, this one is really quite lengthy. I have said it, that Fubara played his game so fast and he went on and on and on. Anyway, that's how we wrap up TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for your time. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. From all of us on This Morning on ITV, thank you. We'll see you again tomorrow.
ITV, certainly the best.
Beautiful afternoon to you. It's always a pleasure to have you join us on the program Healthy Living with yours sincerely, Oluije Oikohai. Today on Healthy Living, we'll be talking about things that has to do with mother and child. Yes, not even our fathers also, because the head is always the head, and when the head is healthy, you will have enough time to know that the neck also will have enough energy to stay healthy also. All right, so today on Healthy Living, we will be talking about World Breastfeeding Week. Yes, it's a whole long week, yes, starting from, it has started already, started on August 1st down to August 7th. And to do justice to that with us is the person of Professor Ayebo Sado. She is Director, Institute of Child Health, UNIBEN, UBTH, consultant, pediatrician. We also have, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Hello, viewers.
And shall we have Dr. Eino Odigie. She is a consultant neonatologist, Institute of Child Health, UNIBEN, UBTH. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, thank you.
And yes, we have a nutritionist in our house, because a whole lot of breastfeeding women, they actually don't know what to take to have enough nutrients to be able to deliver well on breastfeeding to their young. So we have a nutritionist in the house today, the person of Mrs. Phil Imade Ameze. She is the Chief Nutrition Officer at Edo State. It's a pleasure having you today here.
Good afternoon, ma, and good afternoon to good people of Edo State.
Okay, now World Breastfeeding Week. We know every year the UN, WHO, yes, we celebrate World Breastfeeding Week, and we want to know what's so special in the year 2026 as far as World Breastfeeding Week is concerned. Now, with our topic and theme being breastfeeding for a sustainable start in life, strengthening what works. Now, we want to know, first off, we know a whole lot of women out there, they know what breastfeeding is. But the issue of the fact that, yes, breastfeeding is not being practiced by a whole lot of women. I would not say by women, because some women, they practice breastfeeding. So first off, what is breastfeeding? Let's start with Dr. Sadu.
Okay, so
Breastfeeding is the act of feeding the baby with the mother's milk. And indeed, when God created all animals or living things, He provided the food for each species. So a goat will feed the goat, the kid, its milk. The cow will feed its calf its milk. So for the human baby, they're supposed to take the mother's breast milk. So all mammals, there's animals that have breasts and they deliver their youngs live, they have breasts to feed their babies. So the human babies should be breastfed. Now, just like you said, most women will breastfeed, but it is the quality of the breastfeeding that we're talking about. In the human infant, we're supposed to exclusively breastfeed the baby for the first 6 months of life, and thereafter continue up to 2 years and beyond while adding on other foods. So that exclusive breastfeeding is very important, and indeed we should pay attention to it, because in Edo State the statistics stands at 13.5% of mothers being the ones who practice exclusive breastfeeding. That means about 86.5% of mothers are not exclusively breastfeeding their infants, and that is a problem.
Okay. I would like to ask Dr. Eino Odige, what's so special about this year's World Breastfeeding Week?
Okay. But like you said, the theme for the year is breastfeeding for a sustainable start, strengthen what works. So it simply means that breastfeeding is the foundation for every child. It's, you know, when you want to build a house, you have to make a firm foundation to help the house stand. So that's what breastfeeding does for babies. It gives them that good beginning to help them in future. Like when the discussion goes along, you're going to see that we have several advantages, not just the short term, the long term advantages. Then when we talk about strengthening what works, several studies have shown that optimal breastfeeding, which we're going to explain as the discussion goes on, is very essential. So it's essential that, just like my chief said, we should optimally breastfeed our babies. Not just breastfeeding. There's a definition of what optimal breastfeeding is. So that should be encouraged.
Okay. Okay, I would like in our explanation today, we should try as much as we can to, you know, break it down. So the mothers in the village, the ones that are not well educated will understand what we're trying to talk about, because we are here to educate the populace. Now, the nutritionist in the house, we know very well that breastfeeding is important, even when we go for antenatal checks and all of that. Now, there's this at the beginning of breastfeeding a child. Now, what is the importance of that, you know, that milk to the life and health of the child?
Thank you very much. When a baby is born, within the first 1 hour, the baby should be put to breast. You know, say why? The breast milk that comes out at that time has a yellowish substance, which most people, they will extract and they will throw it away. But that yellow substance contains immunity, contains antibodies, contains a lot of growth hormones that will help the child to grow properly. And it also have a laxative effect that will help the baby to cleanse the colon, to cleanse the intestine, to cleanse the digestive tract of that child, to make sure no remnants or anything that will affect that child. So that breast milk that that child takes at that time is like the first immunity for the child. So within the first 1 hour, a baby should be put to breast to take this very important yellowish substance, which is known as colostrum. That colostrum now, we have seen the benefit to that child. But not only that, when the child is born, they need fluids. Breast milk contains the right amount of nutrients, including water. That means till that baby is 6 months, no water, no any other supplements, or what our people call a agbo or formulas. It should be strictly on breast milk, because the importance is to make the baby prevent diseases. It will be for growth and proper development of that child, and it helps the baby's brain to grow properly. That's why they say for growth and development. And not only that, it also brings about bonding bonding between the baby and the mother, and also to the family. So the benefit of breast milk cannot be overemphasized, because one is beneficial to the baby, to the mother, to the family, to the community, and to the country at large.
Okay, now Prof said something. She said the percentage of women breastfeeding their young has declined strategically.
Yes.
Now, we are from Edo State, you know, so we want to know the reason why. If enough, you know, sensitization is not being done in Edo State. But first off, let's go back to Prof. Sado. Now, in all of this, having a long week, so what's the, you know, what is the body as an institute doing to make sure that women have enough information to know how to carry out their duties? I love the way you explained breastfeeding. So if a mother out there knows that she, as a woman, she has an organ in herself to be able to breastfeed her young, I believe she should know that that is her sole responsibility when the child comes out into the world. To know that, yes, this is my responsibility for this child at a particular time of the child's life. So we want to know, how is this being practiced, and how can one actually know that, yes, this is my responsibility as a mother?
Okay, so the preparation for breastfeeding starts a long time before the mother even gets pregnant.
Okay.
As a society, we must encourage breastfeeding. So in Nigeria, Africa generally, we are a breastfeeding society. So what has happened is that we have now started taking up cultures that are alien to us. So why do I say it's a long time? So society accepts that breastfeeding is how a baby should be fed.
Yes.
And therefore, when a mother gets pregnant, the older mothers should prepare the younger one on how to go about breastfeeding. And then even within the healthcare system, women attend antenatal clinics. So we also pass on that information to mothers. When your baby comes, breastfeeding is the best way to feed your baby. Not only that, we also examine each mother to ensure that there isn't any abnormality that may impair the act of breastfeeding. So for example, some women have flat nipples, some have inverted nipples. So if we detect that before the baby is born, there are things that we can do to ensure that breastfeeding is successful. And then when the baby is born, there are things that we do. We do skin to skin. So baby is born and put on the mother's skin even before you clean up. And interestingly, experiments have shown that once you put a baby on the mother's tummy, the baby starts moving, and where is it moving to? Towards the breast. It's an innate reflex. And so we help the baby, put the baby on the breast, the baby begins to suckle. So that is stage one, and then subsequently we continue to support the mother to breastfeed. Now, all of these stages have benefits, not just for the mother, but also for the baby. So, for example, that breastfeeding at the time that the baby is just born helps the placenta to come out. There are stories told of women who had retained placenta, just put baby to breast and the baby sucks, the hormone called oxytocin is released and just contracts the uterus, and woof, the placenta comes out. So even the continued breastfeeding after the baby is born helps to squeeze out any other blood, remnants of placenta that might be in the uterus. So mothers will tell you, as they are breastfeeding, they feel this contraction in their uterus. A bit painful, but it is helpful to stop the flow of lochia postpartum. So God did not make a mistake when he decided that the human baby should be fed by breastfeeding. And so we talk to mothers antenatally and then postnatally when they come for immunization in the Institute of Child Health. So when you come for your first immunization, which should be at birth, we help you, show you how to position your baby, how to get the baby to attach properly, and then we follow you on subsequently to be ensure that that breastfeeding experience continues up till 6 months and beyond.
Okay. Now, Dr. Eno Odige, who is a neonatologist, we will go on a short break right now, but before that, we want to ask you a question. Now, we know you deal with premature babies, yes, day in, day out. Now, for mothers that have their young at maybe the ICU and all of that, now how do they get to bond with their babies? How do they have that bonding, you know, that spirit, that bonding time with their babies? And also, why don't we have, you know, mothers? You know, we usually see them outside, you know, when it's time they are being called in, and some aren't able to go see their young. So a whole lot of women are wondering why does this actually happen?
Okay. First of all, know that for preterm babies, there are babies that didn't get up to the gestational age for delivery. That's 37 completed weeks of gestation. So it shows that they are still very immature. And this immaturity spans from immaturity from their respiratory system. They can't breathe properly, they can't fight infections, they can't digest food adequately. So it just goes all the way from head down. So the first thing that we do when the mother delivers a preterm is that we ensure that this baby is in an incubator. Incubator helps with the temperature control because they are still very young. They can't control their temperature, cold and warm and all that, so it helps them. Then for the breathing, we have to put them on oxygen. So in other words, all of this, the baby is kind of separated from the mother. However, even the digestive system, like the stomach or the intestines, are not fully developed for feeding. So usually we don't start immediately. Okay. We don't start immediately because we have to start gradually to ensure that these babies can actually digest the feed. Would this mother breastfeed this baby immediately? Not in all circumstances. For the bigger preterm babies, yes, she can. But for the very young ones, their suck reflex is not well developed. So the baby might not be able to suck directly on breast. However, we still encourage breast milk. So what would this mother do? She would express her milk, then gradually we feed the child and gradually increase as the child tolerates it. And breastfeeding is key. We don't encourage formula feeds for preterm babies because, of course, they would digest breast milk better. Then you also talked about bonding for preterm babies. There's what we call kangaroo mother care. When these babies are a bit more healthy, in the sense that they can cope with breathing, cope with temperature, we encourage what we call kangaroo mother care, like the skin-to-skin care that Madam talked about. We put the babies on the chest of the mother and we wrap her around them to provide warmth for the child. That helps for bonding. Not just bonding, that position also helps to keep the mother's breast warm, which will increase the blood flow to the breast. It would also help for milk production in the breast. So eventually her production of milk improves with that contact that she has. So even for preterm babies, we encourage bonding, and yes, breast milk too.
So just to add that, when babies are sick or small like this and temporarily the baby is not feeding, we encourage the mothers to express their milk. They can keep it so that when the baby is ready, it's their mother's milk they start feeding on. We do not encourage formula at all.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Sado, for that, and of course, Dr. Eno Odige. We will be going on a quick short break. We'll be right back. Many thanks for rejoining us on the program Healthy Living, and sure, we're talking about breastfeeding. It is World Breastfeeding Week. All right, let's go to our nutritionist quickly right now. A whole lot of, you know, we've talked about the statistics and all of that, how the declining rate of mothers breastfeeding their young. Now, we want to know, as a nutritionist, what are mothers expected to do before and after? Before they put to bed and after they put to bed. And we also know of the fact that some women already, even before they put to bed, you hear them say, oh, I have started lactating already. So we want to know, what's that woman doing differently that the other woman is not doing that, you know, helps in lactation?
From what Prof said earlier on concerning the statistics of breastfeeding in Edo State as being 13.3%, that's for breastfeeding. Therefore, early initiation, we are having 45%, which means
that's still a pass mark.
let's go ahead.
45% is not
yes, listen, which is we now discover that, just like you said, so women are already lactating even before they give birth to. So by the time they give birth to their babies, they start breastfeeding. That means it is already established. That's why we're having 45%. But you can see continuity is not there. That's why we're having 13.3% for those that are not exclusive breastfeed their baby. Exclusive breastfeed their baby for the first 6 months, 13.3%. So now, what are we looking at? That before that woman gives birth, even before she becomes pregnant, later is orientation, teaching them that breastfeeding, the benefit of breastfeeding, the knowledge. Say knowledge is power. Say blessed is he that read it. So if you expose them as they come to, once they are pregnant, go for antenatal. In our antenatal clinic in Edo State, they have been taught. Most women, they don't go for antenatal. It's when they want to deliver that you see them. So those ones, it will be very, very difficult for them to get that knowledge. But once a woman is pregnant, that's one of the reasons we are here. We want to sensitize the public, the importance of breast milk, that if you register on time, the knowledge will be there. People are there to help you. When you get information that will make you exclusively breastfeed your baby, so that 13.3% in Edo State can change. So they need sensitization and advocacy to our key leaders in our community, our imam, our pastors, traditional youth leaders. That's why at times we sensitize them. During this breastfeeding week now, we are going to sensitize the public. We are going to have meetings with the traditional leaders, churches, mosque, to sensitize on the benefit of breast milk and the knowledge of breast milk, the importance of breast milk. We are going to go into it. That's so that these indices for Edo can change.
All right, Dr. Ino.
In addition to that, another reason for the decline is the myths associated with breastfeeding. You hear mothers say, my breast milk is not enough. The breast milk is enough. The more you breastfeed your child, the more the body produces. It's ask and demand. So the more you empty the breast, the more your baby sucks. If you introduce formula, you would reduce the production, because the baby now sucks less, so production will be less.
So the more you give, the more
your body produces. Yes. Then another myth too that most of them feel is that formula is the same thing as breast milk. It is not the same thing. It is not. I don't even regard it as a substitute, because there are several things in the breast milk that are lacking in the formulas. The protein in breast milk is easily digestible, so it's very different from formulas. Then like the fat also is an essential fat that the body produces. That is totally absent in formula. So those myths, the disbeliefs too, also contributes to this decline.
Okay, we also see some mothers, they have excess, excess milk and all of that. They store it. Now, the storage, is it healthy for mothers to store their breast milk? And how long can this last for, Prof?
So that's a very important question. And it actually dovetails into what you said about how can a mother prepare.
Yes.
So you need to tell yourself before you put to bed that I am going to exclusively breastfeed my baby, and that I can. And one of the major challenges is work. Women who have to work outside of their homes. So how can they cope? Now, when the baby is born initially and the mother starts to lactate, they produce much more milk than the baby can take. So that is the point where you start storing your milk for the future, for the period when you will step out of your home. So you can refrigerate. Refrigerating, putting it in the deep freezer, it can last for up to 6 months. And then you can put in the fridge. That stays about 24, 48 hours. And then you can put, that is expressed now, put inside a bottle, put inside a plate of cold water, just ordinary water, room temperature. And that can last for 6 to 8 hours. So even if NEPA has decided to be your enemy, you can still express in the morning, leave it enough for the child to take in the afternoon before you come back. So that planning, most mothers don't have it, and so when they just come in, I'm resuming work, or what am I going to do? The next thing they think about is, but if you have planned from the beginning, you would have stored your milk from when the baby was very young, and then Another thing is that more milk comes at night. So you can do your expressing in the night, preparatory for what the baby will eat during the day when you are not going to be around. Okay. So breastfeeding can be very rewarding when you see the babies. Sometimes when I see mothers doing that, I say, maybe I should have another one. But no, I'm waiting for my grandchildren.
All right, it certainly has been an exciting one, yes, educative one at that, on Breastfeeding Week. I tell you, mothers, it's easier and cheaper to breastfeed your young. You don't need to start calculating where you get your salary, how much you'll be able to go to the market to go get the formula and all of that. Try as much as you can. We know it's not easy, especially for mothers that don't lactate well. Like our prof and our other guests have said, yes, the more you give, the more it comes out. So you need to just try as much as you can to, you know, spoil yourself, to tell yourself, yes, I will do this and I can. So I want to say a big thank you to Professor Ayebo Sado, Dr. Ino Odige, and of course, Mrs. Phil Imade Ameze. Thank you so much, Matt, for your time, and thank you for educating mothers out there. I hope we'll do this again next year, God
Just
willing.
one word before we go, because if you don't say this,
quickly.
Men must support their wives.
Very
so once they
essential.
are supporting, then the mothers will be able to do it. But if the mother is just stressed all by herself, that's a problem. So men, please support your wives.
Men, support your wife. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
And welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table where we sit down to discuss things that are pertaining the family, pertaining the society, pertaining Nigeria at large, and we talk about ourselves, things that will make us also, you know, be the women that we're meant to be, things that will help us to grow in our marriages, in our businesses, in our place of work, and how to take care of the children, and of course our husbands. I am Patricia Uwenu-Vedos. To just do this with me today on the table is on my right, I have Ms. Bola Ige Oyebade. Ms. Bola Ige Oyebade is an artist and also a real estate consultant. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good to be on.
It's good to have you today. I hope you didn't find it difficult getting
No,
here.
not at all.
Thank you for coming. And also to my left, I have Ms. Oluwatoyin. Ms. Oluwatoyin Sani is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation, and it's also a table shaker. She's always shaking this table whenever she's around. Tony, thank you for finding time to go. One of these days, we're going to be talking about your foundation and also talk about your work in Nigeria prisons.
I will love
We'll find time to talk about that. And also on this table today, we have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo. Mrs. Gift Furera is a chef, is an executive chef anyway, not just a chef, not just the ones we see, the AI chefs we see on Instagram. She's a complete chef, and I'm looking forward to, you know, having a meal set up on this table so you all can see what she does. Thank you for finding time to come.
Thank you so much.
Okay, today we want to talk about, let me see what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about marriage after divorce. I don't know if you understand the contents of this, the context of this topic, marriage after divorce. Some people were married and they divorced. Can they marry again? That's what the topic is all about. So I want to start from you. Let me start from you.
Okay.
If you have to dissolve your marriage for whatever reason it is, We don't want to know what reason it is. Whatever reason it is that made you to resolve your marriage, would you want to remarry?
If I see someone that we have the same values and we're compatible, I would want to give it a try. Again, yes, I would want to, because it's all about companionship. So sometimes you might think you don't want to because of maybe your past experiences, and along the line you meet someone that just sweeps you up your feet and meets your values in life, and you find it interesting for you to be you know, in a relationship with that person and finally get to, you know, the end, happy ever after, as they say it, you know. So I want to give it a try again because
So your opinion, you want to give it a try.
I would want to.
Toyin, someone said on the social media, she said, if possible, in the next 3 to 6 months, I will remarry. Why do you think she said so? And would you do that if you were in her shoes? You divorce and then you meet someone in the next 3 to 6 months, you're ready to get married again.
It depends. Marriage, it's sweet. If you're with the right partner. Marriage is something else. If you're with the wrong person. There is emotional connection, emotional connectivity. And most of the time, you always need the maturity out of it. Maturity play a very good role in understanding in marriage. I'm still saying it to everybody to know that the best marriage is the marriage between two friends. A friendship that transcends to marriage always lasts long. Whatever that can make us choose to be apart, there will be reasons, different reasons. That question, is it to remarry to that same person or another person?
Another person.
Even to the same person, it is possible. Because at times there's immaturity. At times there will be, we didn't really find time to know much of ourselves. Or we are still baby. So many things that we're supposed to ignore. You take it to be a capital issue and end up breaking the hope. By the time we went on holiday and we now come back.
That's separation. That's separation.
We now see a better of ourselves that is more mature. She's more
understanding.
Mature, more understanding, more tolerance, more this. We can go back and make a perfect marriage. I keep saying it, that marriage is the only black market that I've ever seen in life. Because what you are buying, you don't know. No matter how beautiful the package is,
initially,
you can never know the content until you get inside it. And do you know it might take more than 5 years to know your partner?
Even
more. So if I now say, it depends on the connectivity. You might leave somebody in 3 months, I know go do you say yes. Because that's too short.
That's too short a time for you to recover from the other one.
Whatever bring that marriage down then can still bring this down. Because you need to study. Marriage is a lifetime institution. It's not I go that I will go, I know in 5 years' time I will graduate. You are going for till death do both of the partners' parts. So you have to give it a deeper foundation. Know who you are. No matter, even I keep saying it, even if you court for 10 years, that does not mean you will know your partner well until you start living together, bonding together before you can marry. So if for whatever reason there's a partner, if they leave you, you go even pray, you don't be there forever.
Okay, so that's where I want to come to Gift. If the divorce was as a result of domestic violence, and you got married to a man who was always maltreating you, beating you up, and all of that, would you want to remarry after some time?
Well, in that situation, first of all, of course, I'll be traumatized.
you know, I will really be messed up in my mind. So for me to think of remarrying, I have to really sit down and know if I want to go into it, because that fear of the first one may be, you know, cutting in. You understand? Maybe cutting in.
And disturbing your new love.
And disturbing my new love. So I think for me, I will take a break. Even though in me, I would want to venture another one, because I wouldn't want to be alone. You understand? Especially that I'm still, you know, age is still on my side. You understand? Except, okay, so, but I will still want to venture another one, but I would definitely take a break. At least let me get a new, fresh orientation, like, you know, working on therapy, you know, kind of. And let me just get a new, because at that time I am broken. And in that my broken state, I don't need to enter into marriage in that, because marriage, I need a whole lot of me to go in. So I must go in with my complete self. So the former must have to completely be erased. If not, it will affect or reflect in the new one. So, you know, that is why I need to make sure that my mindset is reset and I properly get ready emotionally, spiritually, even mentally, you know. I need to get
physically.
Yes, physically self. You know, I need to get ready for the new one, not diving in because I don't want, I'm afraid of loneliness, or I want to be with a man or whatever. No. You know, because it's good, because it should be a whole new thing again for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, Tony, you heard her say that she will want to give it another trial, you know, but she has to be ready physically, mentally, emotionally, and all of the lees.
Yes.
Yeah. All of the lees. Okay, so now she also said she has to be prepared and be sure of what she's getting into. Let's leave getting prepared out of it. I want to find out from you. How are you sure of this one that you're getting into again? How do you identify that this person won't also come to beat me afterwards?
After do the same.
There's an adage in the Yoruba language that says, if a child fall down, you look into the front. Please, there. You start running again.
Because let me tell you why I asked this particular question. There's also an adage that says that if Cain wait and they flog the first wife, and they go take flog, they wait for the second wife. So how do you now identify this person you want to, you know, try out again?
But if the elderly person fall down, you first of all look, what's making me fall? And who are the people looking at me? Marriage, like she rightly said, that she has to be prepared. It is not an institution that it fails here, you are running to Calabar to pick another one.
Okay, so it's not political parties.
It is not APC that you come from there, you enter here. No. You have to think. Go back to God. Am I the problem?
Yeah,
do I try my best? How am I at fault here? And do I supposed to tolerate more? Do I supposed to forge a little bit further to tolerate everything? You have to think. It is when you now see, I tried my best. It's from him. Okay, what are the things from him? You state it. This. Definitely when you have known what you cannot take from that man, if anybody is coming, you will first of all check that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bringing that story. I have a girl in Femi prison now. What's turned her life upside down is marriage. Wrong marriage. Wrong marriage. She got to the first one. They didn't check their genotype. The second one, domestic violence issue. She took a break for a long time, after 5-6 years. She's going to another one again, and they were now talking on phone. You know, they were planning the marriage. And one day again, the guy now calling, using the kind of voice that the one that used to beat her is still using.
The red flags. The red flags.
No, I'm not going again.
Those are the red
No
flags.
matter what they said, everybody beggar. We booked the hall. He said, no, let me re-examine the again.
Which was the right thing to do.
If that voice was a mistake, let me know again. Maybe I've not really pressed him to that. And more issue will still press him beyond this level. So that is how it is. Domestic violence is not a small thing. It takes life.
I want to hear the complete
and that
story.
is some people.
Yes. So how did she find herself in the prison?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you now know she chose not to
do the marriage?
Not to do, but she had a child with the first one. So she now said, let me be taking care of my child. And she was to relocate from another state to go ahead and get me the marriage maybe like in 2 weeks thing. So she has sold all her things from that very state, preparing for this before she get the wrong. So she just came to Lagos. But whatever she brought to Lagos, when you are starting in a new life, it's not going to be easy. Yeah. So she was exhausted financially. And the daughter, she's the only one taking care of the child. She now ran back, started looking for the father of the child that's not ready to take the responsibility. Okay, you promised to pay the school fee, pay part of the log back on so that I can sustain and pay and sort the guy refused, despite the fact that the guy is rich and the wife is at home. They were comfortable. She chose not to take care of this girl. Do you know what's now happened? The girl is depressed and nobody knows she's depressed. I learned a lot from that lady because you know she started reaching out to people to talk to people and nobody is picking a call. Nobody's ready to listen to her.
Nobody's ready to help you. See her as a failure.
Yeah, they see her as a failure. Even her father rejected her and the child. Nobody to come, no friend come to her head. She started telling the guy that help us now. Don't let the hunger kill us. I'm like a failed mother. I can't be watching my daughter going through this. Send us money. If you don't do this, I will kill myself. I will kill the child. I will end everything. And the guy is reading the
text message, replying.
Do you know she used the last money she has to go and see her cousin just to pour her? Immediately she get the cousin said, I'm going for a party. I can't I will call you back. You can't wait for me. I will not call you back on that. As they were now going back, they go to a bus stop. The daughter said, I'm now very hungry. They used the last money to buy the drink. The remaining change she bought sniper.
And killed the daughter.
Not the daughter she wanted to kill. They shared it. She told the daughter that we can't go beyond this level. I can't be watching you do all this. So the drink, the bouquet, the remaining one, she poured the snapper of the daughter inside and drink the remaining one. The daughter didn't survive and she survived. That is the serious case in my hand. Infinite prison. Now as I'm talking to you, the case is there. The lady is there.
Because attempted murder is an offense.
It's an offense.
It wasn't attempted.
You know,
she killed the guy.
No, what I mean is she killed the guy and also attempted suicide.
She does not even. She has not even forgiven herself because she thought she
would die. She would be the one that would die.
But for her to now come out to see herself alive and the daughter, she has not get rid of it. That is the one of what these marriages can cause.
Oh my God. Well, this is a very sad story. Really, we're going for a very short break. We'll be back to continue this conversation. Please sit. Don't go away. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, the same table where we talk about family ties. Now, Tony was saying something that was very saddening. If you see how low my voice had come, it's a very sad story. We were talking about divorce. Can you get married again after divorce? That's what we're talking about. And then she brought the story of a young lady who is currently in the prison. And she concluded on how she got to the prison because I wanted to hear the end of the story. She started by saying it was marriage, a wrong marriage that brought her there, and she wanted to end it there. No, we needed to know what she did that made her to come there, and she ended it by telling us what exactly the lady did, and she is in the prison right now. So let's leave that alone, because honestly, I am saddened about that. It's emotional. So we're talking about, can you marry again after divorce? That's what we're talking about.
Because truly it's good to marry again. Because these days, even with how the entire world, the country is, nobody can do it alone. Except we are just deceiving ourselves. Irrespective of what religion and doctrine are telling us, no man can leave it alone for now. We need to remarry. But it's for us to go back, to go and pray for the right person to come our way. When you meet the right person, you will enjoy marriage.
Toyin, that's where we came to get to the story of this young lady. Pray to meet the right person. Did you pray in your first marriage to meet the wrong person?
Let me hear from you. I think at the first stage, when you want to get married as a young person, the youthful exuberance, the love thing shocks you, and you don't pay attention to the red flags, the details. Now that leads you into a bad marriage. But when you want to get to the second marriage, you pay attention to every little details.
Every dot.
Every dot. Every dot. You might not know it all, like you said. You might not know the person you get married to, not even in the next five or more years, But there are some things you would see, and you will know if you're to go into it or not to go into it. And also, like you said, you pray that God gives you the right person, because God has your best interest at heart. He knows what you have gone through. He knows where you are. And again,
that's the question I asked earlier on. Is it that as a young girl, when you were getting married, you didn't pray?
No, it's not that you didn't pray. You prayed, but you did not pay attention to the warnings or to the signs.
The thing is that because like in the first one, it can be excused that you didn't love Shaki. There were a lot of cloud on your head that you were not cleared. But the second one, and that is why, like you said, that she was already getting married to the third husband, right?
Yeah,
okay. The second that's what she was about to get married to the third one, and then she picked a call, and the voice sounded like the first one. You see, that is where the problem is again, because when you experience the first one, when you are about to go to the second one, it's not a mountain before you, because everything you are suspecting everything. You are just being careful, over careful, and you tend to miss out even in the real one. So that is another issue again. You understand that one has to
I want to answer the question. The question is, share within pray. One problem with us in prayer is many of us in relationship, we have picked our choice before taking it to God.
True. So even if God is speaking, you
are not hearing.
You're not hearing
whatever
it.
God is saying, you don't hear again.
Especially when you have seen the desired,
you are attached.
When you have seen the desired figure you want and the things you want.
That, you've even connected yourself.
Yes.
You have attached yourself. You have the feelings has grown already. So if you are now praying at that level, it is good to pray when you just meet. Before you say, I won't go think about it. Before you say yes, pray. That time, whatever answer God is bringing is clear. You hear it, everybody can tell you. But when you connect, you have already emotionally connected. Even God is saying, even God sent Abiara, said Baba Joseph Bayo Babalola from CAC. We don't that. You don't go here.
Okay, all right. Let's go to red flags. We hear women say, this man has a red flag, or this guy there's a red flag that I identified in him. What are those red flags? How do we identify them?
Red flags?
Plenty.
Let me start with you. Name the ones that you can remember.
And you just shout.
Red flag.
or when you cannot even respect me anywhere in the public, you talk down. My ideas are, you know, there's some response that's always negative. When you can't even appreciate anything about me, even in the public. No, it's a red sign. It's very red. I'm talking, instead of you to correct me with love and calm, you are shouting as if you are talking to a 2-year-old girl. No, when you are addressing me the way you are addressing your cleaner in the office, I always say it, any man that cannot respect his own mother and the sister cannot respect the wife. Forget it. Because you cannot give what you do not possess. It comes from the upbringing.
Of course. True.
Some men, they worship their wife. It's not as if the wife deserve it, but they were trained to do that. It's from the upbringing. If you see the one that is standing up upon his mother, that the mother will say 1 and he will say 3, he will do worse to his wife.
But he has control over
He has control. And some men, when they have that money, they can do and undo. They will be on top of the world. The wife will now be like ants. Why they will now be turned to elephants? So they can swallow you anytime. And some will beat you today and buy you Jeep tomorrow. So that you will cry.
What are your red flags, Gift?
My red flags is especially when you are not free with me, having to know, you know, to use your phone.
Communication.
Yes, communication. You are hiding it. You don't want. In fact, when you are answering call, I shouldn't be there, or you excuse yourself. That is a red flag. And also a red flag also is when you are too attached to your family, that you want to take decisions from them. You understand? And then you want them to you just make me understand that they have a say on your life to a certain percentage. That is a red flag, of course. And then somebody who is always have mood swing. You're always having mood swing. That is totally red flag for me. Yes.
Let me hear from you.
Yes.
What are your red flags?
Wow. Red flags are many. But for me, a man that can raise his hand on a woman, it's a no-no. It's a red flag. You shouting on me because nobody knows everything. I grew up in a different background, and so did you. So if I do something and you're not comfortable with it, there's a way you talk to me, and I will know that yes, this is what I have done that is wrong, and you correct me. But when you just raise your voice and like, are you stupid? Are you throwing insultive words? Like that, or I offend you, and the next thing you smash something on the ground. You smash my head on the wall one day. You understand? So those are red flags, and is a no-no for anybody.
Okay. What about the lousy ones?
That's another red flag.
That cannot keep any secrets.
That cannot keep any secrets. No, I would. Do you know? From even talking to you, I will know. So there's no need going further. I will not, because I know my kind of person. I know what I want.
The dirty ones too.
Oh, good God.
So
when you get.
Do you know why I laughed? Tony, you're always bringing this other side of me out. Tony, I am a creative representer. Okay, so this is the reason why I laughed. I was watching something on the social media one day, and there was this pastor that people go to their congregation, they go, husband and wife go to talk about themselves to the pastor. And this woman was saying, it's too dirty. That's why I laugh. That is so dirty. And that he will come back with his dirty body and he will come close to her and she stays away. Now he's saying that she has men friend outside is the reason why she's not giving him to him. So she came to the open. She didn't care who was there.
Maybe she was have talked to him in the
behind. To say the reason why, exactly. So that's why I laughed when you said what about the dirtiness.
And red flag also, when the person is not ready to take correction, to learn,
it's not teachable.
Yeah, it's not.
And there are some men that lack communication. They don't want. They don't have time.
They don't want to share. They don't open up at all.
Instead of them to share their thoughts, their opinion with their companion.
Yeah,
they rather go outside.
They prefer talking
What
to
do you think that is? Lack of trust for your
you are comfortable
some
more
of
with
them
people. Lack of everything. So there's no need even being
because
there.
why am I at home? Why am I at home?
Yeah.
You cannot share your privacy with me. Then
some of them, they could be introverts.
and some
introvert, but you can talk to somebody outside.
to talk issues over. And you know, women, God created us. We are the talking time.
Want to know?
You will know the best marriage is the marriage of a good listener. The man is a listener. You'll be able to wake up anytime and
talk. Yeah.
But when you don't allow me to talk and I keep bottling up.
Okay.
I make one woman to kill him. What's that?
Okay, ladies, don't come there again because you're going to make me very emotional. Okay, don't come there now. Okay, now that we have identified some of these red flags, and some of the women, or rather, some of us have made mistakes with these red flags, and we find ourselves in this marriage. How do we help to resolve the issue of some of these red flags that we now are identifying so that we can keep the marriage going? How do we go about that?
One part of my gender that I don't like is we keeping too quiet about issue. But these days, I think because of social media, God is helping us. Many of us are coming out to talk now. When you see some things that are not good, those are the things that make you fall. Come out.
Every parent should go back to the base, to the root. Train up a child in the way he or she should go. That when he is gone, he will not depart from it. So,
this is good.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on to this episode of Women in Conversation.
ITV, certainly the best.
The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Yukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. And we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege? Bail is, first of all, what is bail?
Firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now, ultimately, Section 35, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution. Then Section 35, subsection 5 of the extant Constitution provides thus, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. But well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are three types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend, or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance, like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction, like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application, but just now the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these three folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, when the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail. Because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk of
Yes,
that
yes, because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes. For instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bill, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that. And by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, with capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times, even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so condition should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be, you may even be surprised. Like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother.
Okay.
Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here, you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet all with challenges like that, and that is what we see today, has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it ridiculous?
I wonder whether you are going to succeed because you meet up with denier. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they are the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that, the money.
You're the one that can provide. You as a citizen.
You don't have the evidence because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS, and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
yes.
What about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it?
Everyone is a journalist.
Unfortunately, you will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
whatever that it hasn't happened, doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in, doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
They can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes.
In that direction.
Yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up. And everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough, the law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
To expedite actions on
yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Guilty. Guilty.
So, in such situation, what do we do?
Because we
cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So,
if bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer.
It is, because it's two sides of a coin. So, the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions on such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh, well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end, you need to be free. You know, freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're gonna be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're gonna look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omogu. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obabolo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bail, and maybe after court bail, we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. You know, there are some bills, you know, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, you know, prosecuted, or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that on the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
Very good question. But the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money is not paid?
That money is not paid. Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, you know, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. You know, if we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, you know, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail and are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their bachelot, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail, or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even like that. Even just now, the sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck, and by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we see that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today you see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidenzing the rule of law, really, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if the those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail.
Okay.
But where, however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
This becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwala, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
RTV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, Vice President Shettima encourages economic competition among states. Showere's cyberbullying trial stalled as clash in court. Edo residents decry worsening conditions Upper Simcoe Igwobazwa Road. Staff of radio urged to maintain right attitude. Worked. Civil society groups demand of anyone mentioned in the alleged Ajiron murder. A beautiful evening, Nigeria, and welcome to the main news on television. We're reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Lawrence Osifo from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Lawrence. Good evening.
Good
How's the ancient city?
Good evening, Joyce. It's a beautiful evening to see you on the screen. Pretty sure you're good in Abuja as well.
I'm doing great, Lawrence. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Mercelina Nkwo. Hi, Mercelina. You always look radiant. Good to see you.
Many thanks to you, Joyce, and good to see you too on the screen tonight.
Many thanks, Mercy. So you can watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNJ.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms on Twitter at ITV and Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok at ITV Radio NJ. All right, let's settle. The Vice President, Senator Khan, has endorsed the healthy circle of competition among the 36 states of the Federation is necessary to actualize Nigeria's quest for prosperity, economic growth, and opportunities. According to the Vice President, this is evident in the quality and ambition of the investment summit organized by the states across the country. As Abigail Aderemi reports, Senator stated this Monday in Asaba, the Delta State capital, in the State Economic and Investment Summit 2020.
Speaking at the Economic Summit, Vice President Kashim Shettima emphasizes that the nation's strength lies in proactive economic awakening of the sub-regional governments rather than just the government at the center. The need for states to transition from basic asset documentation to practical execution and the Vice President stated that a cycle of competition among states as well as the attendant economic and investment summits stem from the strong economic foundation laid by President Bola Tinubu, which has increased federal allocations for local development. VP Shettima promised made by the Tinubu administration to place the nation on the path of growth, noting that it is the reason each meeting had become another platform for turn promise into enterprise.
Diversification is linked of economic self-preservation and a measure of the quality of leadership. A government that prepares for life beyond oil understands that resources may finance progress, but only ideas, institutions, enterprise can sustain.
Earlier, Governor Boriwori noted that the summit is designed to connect ideas with capital and maximize the competitive advantages inherent in the state's economy. Also speaking, the governor Charles expressed solidarity with his Delta State counterpart, agreeing that from a microeconomic standpoint, Nigeria has stabilized and is on the rise. On her part, Director General of the World Trade Organization and the former finance Minister Iweala called for fiscal prudence, lower trade cost execution, and a stronger maintenance culture in the state and Nigeria at large.
Governments can improve
infrastructure and regulatory frameworks for a specific location, which in turn allows for the pooling of inputs and ideas.
For his part, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, said state and local government revenues due to President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which has helped to stabilize macroeconomic stability. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
We sincerely apologize for the break in that report. And we'll begin here in Benin by telling you that residents and business owners along the Upper Siloko Igbobazuwa Road in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State are renewing their appeal for urgent government intervention as the worsening condition of the road continues to disrupt transportation, affect businesses and slow economic activities in the area. Ehis Uhunamure brings us details.
For many residents, commuters, and motorists traveling on the Upper Siloko Igbobazuwa Road has become a daily struggle with deep potholes and failed sections, making movement difficult and time-consuming. 1 week after independent television news first reported on the deplorable state of the road, residents say there has been no noticeable improvement.
This place have punctured my tires 3 times. Because of the bad road.
See, they affect us well. I want to know if they come carry our products if we do one finish.
We are begging the Edo State governor to please help us fix it.
Business owners say they are bearing the brunt of the deteriorating road. Food vendors report a sharp drop in patronage as customers avoid the area because of the difficult access. Phone technicians also say many clients are reluctant to visit their job, resulting in reduced income and slowing local economic activities.
I beg, Mona can't do the road for us.
The residents appeal to both the Edo State and federal government to urgently rehabilitate the road, noting that its reconstruction would improve transportation, restore business confidence, enhance access to essential services, and boost economic development across the affected communities. In a recent interview with Independent Television, the Permanent Secretary, Edo State Minister of Works, Dr. John Obano, assured residents that rehabilitation of the road would commence after the rainy season.
It's not as if government is insensitive to the plight of the people. We are helpless now because of the weather.
This is Upper Siloko Igbobazuwa Road in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State. It's more than a transportation corridor. It is an economic lifeline for several communities. The people are crying over the worsening condition of the road. From Benin, Ehis Uhunamure, ITV News.
Staff of Independent Television and Radio have been reminded that although challenges are a part of life, they can overcome through wisdom, prayer, and gratitude, and a willingness to make amends. The advice was given by the senior pastor of the City of Testimony Solution Bible Church, Pastor Peter Ikekwame, during the 42nd monthly 1-hour prayer session of Independent Television and Radio held at the St. Gabriel's Hall, ITV Oluku, Ofuri, and Neto brings us details.
The monthly prayer session brought together the management and staff of Independent Television and Radio to seek God's guidance and commit the activities of the organization into His hands. In his opening remarks, the managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the prayer session as a platform for spiritual renewal and personal reflection. He urged staff to cultivate the right attitude to work, remain committed to excellence, and strive for improved performance in their various responsibilities.
Stop working for money. Work for results. Results will give you remuneration. Results will give you recognition. And you will appreciate it.
Preaching on the theme, How to Escape from Trouble, Pastor Peter Ikekwame said, while troubles are inevitable, they can be overcome through godly wisdom, sincere repentance, gratitude, faithfulness in fulfilling vows, and a consistent prayer life. He encouraged staff to trust in God in every circumstances and remain steadfast in their faith.
Anytime God says, call upon me with your trouble, know that there's a God who can handle your trouble. And if you know you must escape that trouble, then you're far.
Giving the vote of thanks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, expressed appreciation to the guest minister for the inspiring message and encouraged members of staff to continue participating actively in the station's monthly corporate prayer sessions.
May He continue to replenish and increase the oil of anointing.
The prayer service was attended by members of management, including the Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, GM Commercial Service, Mrs. Odun Balogu, GM Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, and staff of the station. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
Let's stay on to the ITV Network News, broadcasting live on Independent Television. It's time for us to take you to our Lagos studio, where Messelina Onkwo is standing by. Messi, good evening.
And right here in Lagos State, some members of the civil society groups protested to the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja to demand for unconditional release of the alleged suspects in the Ajiro murder case. The human rights activist said in the coming days they will take a protest to the Lagos State Police Command if the suspect is allowed to go to court and defend himself. Agboje Equerria has the details.
Protesting members of civil society groups and residents of Nigerian community at the Lagos State High Court insisting that the judiciary must pay close attention to the Nigerian murder case. The civil society group said in the course of investigation revealed that some other names were mentioned and should be invited by the police.
The objective of the Nigerian police force is truly to uncover the truth behind the Nigerian killings. Then, the person reasonably linked to the matter should be investigated without fear, without favor, and without affection.
We want justice for the family of those that has been killed, and as such, we want justice for the family of those that are alive. The Chief Justice of Lagos State calling on them again to do the needful.
The group alleged that proper investigation was not done by the police. That is why the matter is generating reaction. They said there are videos on the social media that suggest that some other persons involved in the case should be invited.
The complainants are also the people that are interrogating the suspects in this case. They are the people that are even that we found them in the interrogation room of the police. So if the police report after all are done had not even indicted this man, then I feel that it is wrong for the court to incarcerate him this long.
The group said they want justice to be served on everyone in the matter, as it has become one of the most criticized and publicized criminal cases in Lagos State. From Lagos, Agboje Equerria, ITV News.
The Chairman Emeritus of Independent Television and Radio, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbinedion, the ASAMA of Benin, utilized as One Africa, whose investments in human capital development are many, irrespective of ethnicity or tribe. The leadership of the Center of Media Connect, CMC, led by Ambassador Colonel Udofia, stated this during a presentation of the organization's Journalist of the Year award to ITV Lagos Station.
Mr. Lucky Paul Agboje as the most outstanding journalist of the year.
Presentation of the Journalist of the Year award and medals by the Center of NECT to ITV Lagos newscaster, presenter and reporter Agboje Equerria for unbiased and objective reportage. Congratulating the awardee for the feat, leader of the delegation from the CMC, Ambassador Colonel Udofia, said ITV is a household name in the media business, pointing out that the investor and the chairman emeritus of the division is Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbinedion. The ASAMA of Benin is one of the greatest African investors of all time that should be celebrated both at home and abroad.
The ASAMA of Benin, the ASAMA of the world, my father, my mentor, totally empowered so many young people. He has created jobs for so many people.
Appreciating the leadership of CMC for finding him worthy for the prestigious Journalist of the Year award, there was a presenter and reporter Igboje Aquaria appreciated of ASAMA of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obasaki, and management of the station for the support given to him since joining the platform. He dedicated the award to his wife and kids, saying it will spur him to do more.
And want to appreciate this platform, ITV and radio management, and everyone who had contributed in supporting me to get to this level where I am today as a senior reporter in this platform. I want to appreciate them, and I want to also dedicate this award to my family, my kids who have always been there for me, and also my wife, Igboje Tina Chioma.
Igboje Aquaria was awarded alongside Nigerian-born Canadian-based movie producer, actress, producer Amanda Ebei for her contributions in movie making. From Lagos, Marcelina Unkwo, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV Network News. We'll take another breather to bring you more reports shortly. Stay. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, a Benin City-based legal practitioner and human rights activist, Mr. Benjamin Iluobi, Esquire, has called on the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, to take a decisive action against an emerging dangerous trend of police intimidation, extortion, and brutality on innocent citizens in the state. The legal practitioner made the appeal while presenting what he described as evidence of an alleged illegal withdrawal of 609,000 naira from the bank account of his client, Mr. Omofoma Omohui Jeffrey. Pius Nsogo brings us details.
According to Barrister Iluobe, his client was intercepted by some policemen who allegedly accused him of being a cultist. He claimed the officers subjected the victim to hours of intimidation and torture before forcefully collecting his ATM card and withdrew 609,000 naira through POS terminals.
They opened his phone and they found 600,000 naira in his OPay. They withdrew that money into an account of a POS woman standing there.
Displaying receipts of the transactions, Mr. Iluobe said although the policemen involved have since refunded the money and pleaded for the matter to be dropped, the incident should not be swept under the carpet.
When they were contacted, when they were confronted weekend on Sunday, the first day of August, through the same woman in another account, First City Monumental Bank, the other one is, the first bank is non-bank microfinance. They returned the money. 600,000 have been returned to the victim.
The victim, Mr. Omofoman Omoikwe Jeffrey, recounted his ordeal, alleging that he was wrongfully profiled, assaulted and coerced into surrendering his ATM card before the money was withdrawn from his account.
They bundled me, they beat me at that particular spot before they took me to the station. When they took me to the station, they took me to an uncompleted story building. 3 was downstairs watching, 4 was upstairs. Was upstairs, started telling me that if I don't cooperate, that they can waste me here and nothing will happen.
The allegations come amidst renewed calls by civil society groups for increased accountability, professionalism, and respect for the fundamental rights of citizens by law enforcement officers. As of the time of this report, Edo State Police Command is yet to issue an official statement on the allegations. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Group Managing Director of the Prince Builders Developers Limited, Engineer Siri Omorigi, has appealed to customers across the world to remain patient as the Edo State government concludes arrangement for the issuance of certificates of occupancy (CFO) to landowners in various estates. Engineer Omorigi made the appeal after receiving assurance from Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebolo during an interactive town hall meeting with Edo indigents in London, United Kingdom. ITV's UK correspondent Rosaline Eworame has details.
The Group Managing Director of the Prince Builders Developers Limited, Engineer Siri Omoegi, joined hundreds of Edo indigenes in the United Kingdom for an interactive session with Governor Modi Okpebholo in London. Speaking on behalf of customers across the world, Engineer Omoegi sought clarification on the delay in the issuance of certificates of occupancy for land purchase, noting that many subscribers have been waiting for some time.
People back here in the United States to come and invest in Nigeria. All they keep asking me is how soon they can get their seal of field if they buy land or property from us.
Responding, Governor Modi Okpebholo explained the reasons for the delay and assured affected landowners that his administration will revisit the process.
I have to investigate myself. Lands were taken from individual and so we are fighting that.
Some UK-based customers of the Prince Builders expressed confidence in the company, describing it as trustworthy and dependable.
If you want to buy land, if you want to buy house, any property you want to buy, just call the Prince Builder. You will get a reliable property.
The people that are reliable when you talk of securing property, securing land in Benin City, go to Prince Builder.
Engineer Moegi thanked customers for their trust and reaffirmed their satisfaction remains the company's top priority.
Edo is safe for us to invest. We have a estate in Benin, we have in Lagos, and we have in Abuja, and we have good properties in GRA, so you can come and invest.
The Prince Builders is one of Nigeria's foremost real estate companies and has been adjudged by customers in the diaspora as dependable and reliable, known for its transparency, quality, and customers' satisfaction. From London, Roslyn Erorame, ITV News.
Family, friends, and well wishes on Sunday gathered in Benin City for a Thanksgiving service in honor of the late Mrs. Victoria Uhombamu, mother of the Edo State Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Uhombamu. The Thanksgiving service held at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Abundant Life Parish of Country Home Road in Benin City was marked by heartfelt worship, prayers, and expression of gratitude to God following the successful funeral ceremony of the family matriarch. Joy Obai Siagmo brings us details.
The church auditorium was filled with an atmosphere of praise and thanksgiving as members of the Uhombamu family, church faithful, friends, and associates gathered to appreciate God for the life of late Mrs. Victoria Uhombamu. Assistant pastor of the church, Pastor Daniel Ozingbe, offered prayers for the Uhombamu family, asking God to strengthen, protect, and continue to uphold them. Speaking after the service, the Edo State Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Uhombamu, who is the eldest son of the deceased, alongside other family members, expressed profound appreciation to everyone who supported them with prayers, encouragement, and presence throughout the burial activities.
We thank God for the successful completion of all the events. No negative, no incident, no hazards, no tragedy, nothing to give one cause to worry.
Thank all those that came from far and near. It was a huge success because the Lord was with us.
We are here for Thanksgiving, which is the climax of the whole celebration. To God alone be the glory. God has been enormously awesome.
We learned a lot from her and she made impact in our lives, and we are thankful for the successful completion of the ceremony.
Joy Obai Siagmo, ITV News.
As the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, for Food, Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, begins enforcement of a ban on sachet alcoholic drinks, some residents of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, have described the move as a misplaced priority. A medical expert, Dr. Joseph Okonkwo, however, warns about the health implication of alcoholic abuse on the human body. ITV's Charity Tanko reports that the respondents spoke in reactions to the enforcement of the ban by NAFDAC.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has commenced full enforcement of the ban on the sale and distribution of small-volume alcoholic drinks across the country, including the Federal Capital Territory. The agency says the nationwide enforcement is aimed at reducing alcohol abuse, particularly among youths and underage persons. The sachet alcoholic drinks, which are commonly sold for between 100 and 500 naira, are easily accessible to people of different age groups. With the ban now in force, attention is turning to its impact on traders. For this seller, the development is not a major setback, as she has an alternative source of income.
The government know what go dey say my water go dey move markets.
Some residents, however, say although the policy is commendable, it shall not rank among the government's immediate priorities.
I notice that when I waited to do that. Other things they were supposed to focus on. And I waiting me I won't just talk about. But if they say the sachet will come up for where they go scrap, come up for the street, go make sure say things go do well. Better.
How much the guy gonna buy gin? A sachet. How much is it? 150 naira.
Speaking on the health implications of excessive alcohol consumption, Medical Director of Medford Hospital, Abuja, Dr. Joseph Okonkwo, explains the dangers alcohol abuse poses to the human body.
Barely any part of the body that alcohol does not have a negative influence in. You understand? Number one, very importantly, most affected the liver. Hepatitis, liver cirrhosis, cancers, of course, diabetes, mental health issues, social issues.
The respondents also urged the government to complement the enforcement with public enlightenment campaigns and the establishment of rehabilitation centers for people battling alcohol addiction.
You may have good policies. At the end of the day, you see the people that are enforcing them have a way of compromising. We pray it is not a very big office, money-making venture for policy enforcers.
What me artists say this will do be say they will get like a rehabilitation center waiting to rehabilitate people from stopping to take a Google. But I'm not saying that to stop them like that, or just enforce them to stop Google, make sure them stop a Google.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
Pa Ebuse Majority Ezebegbe, founder of Massey Mega Nigeria Limited, has celebrated his 70th birthday with a colorful ceremony in Benin City, drawing family members, friends, business associates, and dignitaries from across the country. The event honored the renowned businessman for his outstanding contributions to entrepreneurship, community development, and the promotion of strong family values. Donald Ehime has details.
It was a joyous celebration of a life defined by enterprise, service, and lasting relationships. As per Ebuse Majority, Ezebegbe marked his 70th birthday anniversary. The international businessman whose investments span construction, international trade, agriculture, hospitality, and real estate was joined by his children, relatives, and friends in a lively celebration filled with music, dancing, and tributes.
I thank God for everything. My children, they tried for me. And they are the organizer of this my birthday.
He should live long so that the children will celebrate him more, because he has been a very good father.
He's so amazing. He's so caring. His selflessness for the family is nothing to describe all about.
Among the dignitaries in attendance, we have former chairman of Aviano East Local Government Area, Mr. Charles Igbenedion, and his wife, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, alongside members of the Benin Club and other well-wishers who presented gifts in honor of the celebrant. The highlight of the event was the cutting of the birthday cake by Pa Ezebegbe, flanked by his wives and family members. Some of his children also offer prayers for God's continued protection.
May God continue to bless him. May our ancestors continue to bless him. Perhaps we love you. May you continue to live long.
I wish my dad long life, prosperity. He has been a father, a guardian angel, an angel in human form.
My wish for him is to live long for us, in good health, nothing will harm him.
The colorful celebration took place at the Uyi Make in the government reservation area, Benin City. From Benin, Donald Ihiminyeng, ITV News.
The self-acclaimed Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, PFIPC, Adeniyi Adeyemi, has denied allegation that he single-handedly created the disputed agency. Prince Adeyemi, who is currently in police custody, made the claim in a statement issued on Sunday through his legal team led by Festus Akigbe. He also requested to appear before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the council. His legal team argued that denying him the opportunity to testify before the committee would amount to violation of his constitutional rights to fair hearing. The defense maintained that several ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs of the federal government processed, recognized, or interacted with the council. According to the statement, the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, acknowledged a document relating to the Council, which the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation and the Central Bank of Nigeria allegedly processed administrative budget codes, granted self-accounting status, and opened operational accounts for the agency. The management of independent television and radio has reaffirmed its commitment to the welfare of its workforce with the 2026 staff medical outreach held at the station's communications complex in Igusa in Benin City. The program, organized in partnership with the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, UBTH, Benin City, provided staff with free medical consultations, laboratory investigations, blood pressure and blood sugar checks, hepatitis and hypertension screening, as well as free medication. Joy Obarasiagba reported that the management of the station also organized financial literacy session for staff of the station.
The outreach was designed to promote healthy living, early detection of medical conditions, and improved staff productivity through preventive health care services. Speaking at the event, the Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, said the organization prioritized the health and welfare of staff.
My dear colleagues, you have been here this morning. It is not because they said it is compulsory, but it's because I, as the Managing Director, I don't want to bury my colleagues or grieve over my colleagues anymore.
In her remarks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, said the initiative reflects management's unwavering commitment to safeguarding the health and financial well-being of members of staff.
It's a huge thing UBTH has done for us. So we want to say thank you, a big thank you to the CMD, Professor Idia Izeyamu.
Representing the Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Izeyamu, the Deputy Chairman of the Medical Advisory Committee, Dr. Philip Osho, described the outreach as part of the hospital's corporate social responsibility and community health service, stressing the importance of preventive health care.
We have decided as University of Benin Teaching Hospital, as part of our CSR, to make ourselves available to check our people in ITV. Of course, we have been collaborating before now, and collaboration will continue.
Assistant Director, Public Health Nursing Department, UBTH, Sandra Omodion, encouraged staff to regularly monitor their health through routine medical checks.
Apart from what we have come to do here, the outreach from UBTH, let's not forget that it's very important for us to always check our blood pressure.
The exercise concluded with continued medical consultations as UBTH healthcare professionals attended to staff requiring further examination, counseling and prescriptions. In another development, the management of Independent Television and Radio also organized a financial literacy session led by the Managing Director of Okada Microfinance Bank, Dr. Tim Ogbebo, who urged participants to adopt prudent financial habits, embrace discipline, and make informed financial decisions.
My time to all this morning is no matter how much you earn, you must have the savings.
Staff members commended the management of ITV and radio and the UBTH medical team for the initiative.
Gestures like this will go a long way to keep staff fit for the job.
A very big thank you to ITV management for doing this free medical checkup, and of course UBTH.
I was tested for hepatitis B, my BP was checked, so I was given free medicine.
From Benin, Joy Obai Siagmo, ITV News.
Here's on to the ITV main network news for tonight. We'll take another short break to bring you more reports. Stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. The presidency has dismissed claim by the African Democratic Congress ADC's presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, describing his assessment of Nigeria's economy as misleading and based on outdated figures. Special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said that the Tinubu administration economic reforms were necessary to correct the long-standing structural challenges and have begun yielding positive results. He rejected allegations of reckless borrowing, mismanagement of fuel subsidy savings and unfair tax reforms, insisting that Nigeria's economy has improved significantly since the difficult adjustment period of 2024. According to the presidency, Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP has increased substantially, while the country's debt to GDP ratio remains sustainable and debt services costs have also declined. The presidency also highlighted achievements in healthcare, education and infrastructure, including the revitalization of primary healthcare centers, expanded student loan support and increased funding for states and local governments following the removal of fuel subsidy. In Zamfara State, where at least 6 soldiers and 12 civilians were reportedly killed late Saturday night in a coordinated attacks by suspected terrorists in the Kasuwa Daji in Kaura Namuda local government area of Zamfara State and the Lagenge village in Sabon Birinin local government area of Sokoto State. No fewer than 75 people were also abducted in the Zamfara attack, while a father and his 2 sons were burnt alive after taking refuge in a building that was set ablaze by the attackers. The Zamfara State Police Public Relations Officer DSP Yazid Abubakar said he was yet to receive an official report but promised to verify the incidents. In neighboring Sokoto State, at least 12 people were reportedly killed when suspected terrorists attacked Lagenge village, operating for more than 4 hours without security intervention. Residents said that 11 victims died from the gunshot wounds, while another woman died from a shock during the attack. And in Taraba State, where Governor Agbu Kefas has signed 3 executive orders aimed at tackling political thuggery, illegal mining and drug abuse in the state. The development was disclosed in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Zainab Jalingo. Governor Kefas said that the executive order became necessary in view of the growing menace of substance abuse and its link to criminality, violence and social disorder. According to him, drug abuse remains one of the greatest threats to the future of young people as it fuels insecurity, destroys families, undermines productivities, and exposes communities to various forms of crime. He explained that the executive order provides a stronger legal backing for relevant authorities to prevent, monitor, and prosecute drug-related offenses while promoting public enlightenment, rehabilitation, and youth development. On political thuggery, the governor said that the order was informed by the approaching political campaigns and the need to sustain peace currently enjoyed across the states. And to Kebbi State, where the High Court judge abducted in Kebbi State 1 week ago, Honorable Justice Faruku Hassan Bunza has regained his freedom and returned home safely. A family member confirmed his release to our correspondent on Monday, saying that the judge returned home a few hours earlier. According to the relative, the family is celebrating and giving thanks to God for his safe return after spending 1 week in captivity. The family also expressed appreciation to everyone who supported them throughout the ordeal. The source added that details surrounding the judge release would be disclosed at a later time. As at the time of filing in this report, the Kebbi State Judiciary and Security Agencies had yet to issue an official statement on the development. Justice Brunz's abductions last week sparked a widespread concern across Kebbi State, with many calling for the immediate and unconditional release of the judge. And the federal government has directed all ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, not to award contract or enter into financial commitments without first obtaining the required budgetary approvals and cash backing. The directive is contained in a Federal Treasury circular dated July 31st, 2026, and signed by the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Shamsuddin Ogunjimi. According to the circular, the measure is aimed at strengthening fiscal discipline and ensuring compliance with the Public Procurement Act 2007 and other financial regulations. Under the new guidelines, no MDA is permitted to issue contract awards, sign agreements, or incur financial obligations without first obtaining a warrant of authority to incur expenditure. The Office of the Accountant General also directed MDAs to attach copies of approved warrants or AIS generated through the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System before contracts are awarded or payments are processed. Let's take you through business news, where oil prices fell sharply in the early Asian trading on Monday after the United States President Donald Trump encouraged fresh talks with Iran aimed at ending the Middle East conflict and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The conflict, which began in late February following attacks on Iran by the United States and Israel, has caused significant volatility in global oil prices after disrupting traffic through the strategic waterways, a major route for international oil and gas supplies. President Trump said that the fresh negotiations with Iran would begin on Monday after suspending the planned large-scale military strike in favor of diplomatic engagement. Meanwhile, Iran said it was close to reaching an agreement with Oman on a new shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz following the suspension of the planned U.S. strikes. On entertainment scene, where U.S. actor Vincent Pastore has played Salvatore's Bomperos in the hit show of Sopranos, has died at the age of 80. Pastore was found at his home in the Bronx, New York City, and there was no indication of criminality. In The Sopranos, Pastore played Tony Soprano's best friend, who ultimately became an informant for the FBI. His character's death in the two series was one of the show's most memorable storylines. His early credits included roles in movies such as Goodfellas and Colorito's Way, but it was his role in The Sopranos which brought Pastore's widespread recognition. And on the international scene, where at least 19 Palestinians have been killed in a fresh Israeli airstrike across Gaza, despite the United States President Donald Trump announcing what he described as a monumental step towards peace and security in war-ravaged enclave. Patience Osarogiwa brings us the details.
Among those killed were a couple and their 5-year-old son after a airstrike hit a residential apartment in western Gaza City. Another strike in Khan Yunis claimed the lives of 3 members of the Al-Ammar family, while additional attacks in Deir el-Balah, Jabalia, Al-Mawasi and Gaza City left several others dead and many injured. Palestinian health officials said Sunday's attacks marked the highest daily death toll recorded in weeks. Residents and eyewitnesses said the strike were carried out without prior warning, with several residential buildings and tents sheltering displaced civilians coming under attack. The renewed violence comes despite a proposed ceasefire roadmap backed by Washington, which Hamas says it has accepted. Israel has yet to officially endorse the proposal and has insisted it will not withdraw its forces until Hamas is fully disarmed. Israeli officials have also expressed concerns over key aspects of the proposed agreement, while Hamas has accused Israel of escalating attacks to undermine ongoing ceasefire efforts. Mediators say they are continuing negotiations aimed at reducing tensions and implementing the proposed peace roadmap. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And for more in the exciting world of sports, let's join our sport correspondent, where Solomon Aina is standing by to bring us update.
And on sport news, Nigerian Super Falcons have intensified preparation for their decisive final Group C fixtures against Egypt at the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations in Morocco. The 9-time African champion had a light recovery session and other in-house activities on Sunday after grinding out a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Zambia at the Al Madina Stadium on Saturday night. Asisa Toshuola's early strike secured Nigeria's first win of the tournament, while the Super Falcons showed remarkable resilience to hold on for all 3 points despite playing the entire second half with 10 players following Oluwatosin Demi's red card just before the interval. Madugu's side will now shift their focus to Egypt, with victory expected to be enough to seal a place in the knockout phase. Wednesday Group C encounter will be played at the Olympic Stadium in Rabat, with the Super Falcons aiming to finish the group phase on a high and continue their quest for a record-extending 11th WAFCON title. UEFA has threatened under-fire FIFA president Gianni Infantino with legal action and warned him against destroying any documents relating to the failed World Cup sale plan. Controversial news emerged last week that FIFA had plans to sell shares in the organization's tournament, which would have included the men's and the women's World Cup as well as the Club World Cup. The plan were met with widespread criticism, with UEFA being joined by CONCACAF and AFC in making it clear they were against such plans, which were going to be called the FIFA Forward Enterprise. UEFA, following a meeting with its 55-member association, threatened to boycott all FIFA competition if the proposal put forward by the governing body and Infantino went ahead. The backlash eventually led to Infantino releasing a statement which confirmed the controversial scheme was to be scrapped, citing the division within football as a reason. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And with the sport news, we'll call it a wrap on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues, Joyce Ikyogo in Abuja and Messelina Onkwo in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. You have a pleasant night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, Age Group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, Age Group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari, yari yari.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, it is another wonderful time on the program African Discourse on independent television. Of course, you are very used to the montage there, the visuals, and of course, the sound. The program African Discourse comes on this television every Monday afternoon. My name is Evan Sunokogi, and we discuss issues on the continent of Africa, and of course, how it affects you so that you get to know what is going on in your continent. Well, today on the program, we'll have two key issues we're going to be looking at. First and foremost, we're going to be looking at the 30 African countries in Africa who, you know, for the fact that you are a national of that country, if you want to go to US, if you intend to go to the US or to the United States of America with a B1, B2 visa, then of course you have to pay a visa bond of about $5,000 US, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars, as the case may be. So that's one major, you know, issue that just happened some few hours ago. Well, we understand that the pilot program of this, you know, thing actually started sometime last year, around this time last year, 2025. But the U.S. government had to do that maybe to test the waters. But as we speak now, only a few hours ago, it is an immigration law in the United States of America that if you are from these 30 African countries, then of course you have to pay this amount. Well, the reason given is because it's been observed that most people from these African countries, they overstay their visa. And of course, we're going to be looking at all that as the program progresses. Well, we need to let you know that it is about 50 nations in the world. Out of the 50 nations in the world, we understand that 30 African countries are affected, you know, with this new development as it relates to U.S. immigration. Then also, we are going to be looking at, you know, what has to do with African relationship with the United States of America, where we have the problem of mislabeling of African countries on the maps. Well, just about 2 days ago in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, there was a health conference of which the United States of America was made to make some representation, as a matter of fact, to do some discourse, you know, on that program. Then it was that a kind of a graphic display was supposed to be used to enable the analyst to analyze issues on the continent of Africa. But it will amaze you to know that a big error was made. Well, we understand that the U.S. authority has given an apology to that effect. The error was that the graphic representation of the map of Africa that was made, you know, actually mislabeled some countries, you know, in their location. Take, for example, if you take the map of Africa, of course, you readily know where Nigeria is located. You will know where Ghana is located, and of course, you know where a country like Mozambique is located. But in that graphic presentation, most countries were mislabeled, and they were misrepresented, you know, in that you know, analysis. And we understand that the social media is already agog with reactions and counter reactions as far as that is, you know, concerned. And the thing about it is that this has to do with Donald Trump's administration, and of course another way of looking at what Donald Trump actually means in terms of the way that they see the black continent, which is Africa. So that's, you know, that's what we're going to be looking at today. One of the things that we're going to be looking at today on the program, African Discourse. And to do justice to all this discussion today, we have Honorable Fred Uyigwe, a global affairs analyst, and he has traveled far and wide. As a matter of fact, Honorable Fred Uyigwe has lived for more than 30 years in the United States of America. So when we talk about immigration, United States immigration as it relates to other nations of the world, he can actually walk you through all the recent adjustments and, of course, all the latest development that the U.S. has made in terms of immigration laws, and, of course, as far as it relates to this administration. Honorable Fred Uyigwe, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, viewers.
Okay. All right, so let's just see some of the information that we are following now as it relates to the 30 countries that we understand that have been affected by this U.S. new immigration order. And all right, so one of let's see now. We understand that nations from 50 countries, including 30 in Africa, will face security deposits of up to $5,000 US, $10,000 US, $15,000 US, and of course $20,000 US when applying for a certain business and tourist visas under a permanent visa bond program announced by the United States of America. And of course, we understand that officials say that the measure aims to curb visa overstays, but critics worry it could deter legitimate travelers. That's just the main key issue. Now, like what I said a while ago, that out of 50 countries that are affected, 30 are African countries. So the big question that we readily ask after that, is this targeted at Africa, as it were? Honorable Fred Oigwe, perhaps we'll start with that question. Do you think this new immigration measure is targeted at Africa?
We cannot deny that there's an element of targeting involved in this new policy. But the America we know also has a robust record of all their, let's say, transactions or all the activities within the country. The Immigration and Naturalization Department not being exempt. So I'm sure that they would have gone through their records over recent years to determine which of those countries have the most immigrants who violate their stay, who overstay their visas. So I don't believe that it's something random. You know, it's not random. The Republicans always say that, oh, they're a country of laws. And so those who are coming into the United States must follow the law. They must queue up behind those who have applied to come to the United States legally and legitimately. I want to believe that the other countries, the other 20 countries not from Africa, will be mostly Latin American countries, because you have a lot of Latinos, as they are called, in the United States. And because of the proximity of Latin America and South America to the United States, there are a lot of immigrants from those countries who actually enter the United States illegally. There was a time, I believe, when the Immigration and Naturalization Department discovered that there had been several tunnels dug from Mexico into the United States, through which illegal immigrants enter. So it's been a problem, but my thing is that I don't really see the rationale in over-limiting the growth of the American or the United States population. Because nations grow their population usually by birth, that's by citizens' birth or new citizens' birth, the birth of new citizens, that's young babies born by citizens of the nation, and by immigrants, okay?
Yeah.
By immigration. There was a time when China, as you know, had a policy of one child per couple because they felt that their population was a burden, too heavy for them to bear and to cater for. But when they awoke to the potential, or to their potential as an economic power, and they were able to make inroads into their technological development, they did away with that law. And now couples can have as many as 2, I think in some cases even 3 children. The population has exploded, but both the GDP and the per capita income of China has also increased astronomically. The United States considers China their greatest economic competitor. And all of the production in the United States, okay, it's right now with the employment rate. I think they are at about 96% employment rate. That is about 4% unemployment rate. And when you have such a low percentage of unemployment rate, it is considered full employment, because the 4%, the 3 to 4% unemployed category will be those in between jobs or those who do not want to work, though documented as eligible to work. Okay.
Now,
so the United States at full employment rate, and they also have a category of employment vacancies that they are not able to fill, perhaps because of the expertise required to fill such positions. It is estimated that there are about 3 million jobs in the United States that cannot be filled.
Are you talking about this present administration or
yes.
what
No,
you knew?
No. This present administration. Yes, 3 million jobs that cannot be filled because there are no Americans, there are not enough Americans in those fields, high-tech fields and all of that, to fill such positions. So that's where, you know, you do what you can to attract immigrants, and many of which will take up some of those positions.
Okay.
And then there are also some lower-end jobs that Americans would not do because they consider it beneath them, which most of those immigrations or immigrants from neighboring countries filled.
Yeah.
In the United States, not a lot of Africans, some Africans, but mostly South American immigrants, sometimes illegal immigrants. They fill those positions, like in the agric industry, okay, and allied industries. Those immigrants, they fill those positions. They earn wages close to minimum wage or minimum wage.
Beneath minimum wage.
That is for the United States. For Germany, they have the same problem because it's an industrialized nation.
Okay. Now, before we start
yes, before I go there, no, I just want to use this as an example.
Yeah.
Germany depends on Turkey for such immigration and for such labor. to feel such things. So different nations of the world, especially the industrial nations, they have neighboring countries that are not quite as prosperous as they are, who come to fill jobs that most of their citizens will not do or consider beneath them.
Okay. All right. So, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent TV, and we're looking at two key issues this afternoon. First and foremost, we're looking at what started as it started last year, you know, maybe to test the waters, and of course, as we speak now, it is actually a pilot program. Talking about the visa bond, you know, in the U.S. 30 African nations are affected in this new development. As time goes on this program, we should be able to mention some of these African countries that are affected in this new recent development. Now, Honorable Fred Oyigwe, I don't want to, you know, think whether the U.S., I mean, you've lived in the U.S. for more than 30 years, but I don't want to think whether the U.S., you know, at times kind of run contrary to their immigration laws. Now, this same U.S. tells you that, hey, some persons overstay, you know, their visas. Now, it is still the same U.S. that has what they call adjustment of status, you know, as a kind of another leeway, another avenue that a lot of illegal immigrants in the U.S., they've been using to regularize their immigration status in the U.S. So what are we looking at? I mean, a country that fights people that overstay their visa, and of course, a country that also grants the opportunity for people to take advantage of what they call the adjustment of status, you know, method of regularizing the immigration status. What exactly are we looking at?
See, this is a matter of perception. Okay, it's like a lot of people will tell you when there's an introduction of a new technology, they will believe that the new technology will result in displacement of workers who were engaged in the now obsolete technology that the new technology is replacing. Okay, but that is not the fact, because with the new technology will also come new skills and new ancillary skills, you know, that may so burgeon that it will surpass the old ones. I'll give you an example. When the car was invented, when the automobile was invented, who do you think protested the most? Those who had horse-drawn vehicles. Bicycles. They said they are horse-drawn carts, you know, will go obsolete, and then there will be no employees. Employees will be displaced. No people to repair those vehicles, and no people to cater for the horses. But with the invention of the automobile came the need for mechanics, for engineers, and for production lines to be built and all of that. And all that required a whole lot more hands, labor. So it's the same way you look at immigration. When you shut out immigration, you are assuming that the population you have will be able to take care of what you need and also be able to position you to compete with those you need to compete with or those you believe you are competing with.
So are you saying the U.S. is making one of its biggest mistakes right now?
So it is a mistake, because for those who understand it, America used to pride itself as the melting pot. That is, that America is made up of people of all colors, people of all nations, okay, who have over time contributed immensely to the development of their economy. Okay, And that is so true. It has been because of immigration that America has led the world economically and technologically. Because the best brains in the world migrated to the United States, where they had the best opportunity to express their talents.
Now, the adjustment of status thing, do we stay, because it appears that
okay, now I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Now, what the America is trying to do, okay, they are not God. I mean, the administrators are no gods. But what they are trying to do is to filter those who come in so as to engage the best, to assist the best and brightest to immigrate into the United States, while keeping those that do not seem to have potential out. So they are thinking about quality of immigration.
By narrowing it down to your financial capability?
They are trying to do that. Okay, if you were, for example, a professor of engineering, they will not be making this requirement of you. Or a medical professor.
Yeah, this visa bond now applies to two sets of travelers. Those that intend to travel to the US with a B1 visa and a B2 visa.
B1 and B2.
That's the tourist and businessmen.
Those are general. Those are general categories. But when it now comes to interviewing for visas, then they now do the sifting. Okay? To allow those with exceptional talents and abilities come in, while keeping those that, in their perception, will be a burden on their economy out. So, you know, Donald Trump is a transactional president. So for him, everything it's
transactional.
Yes, it's transactional.
What do you give to me?
You know, what do I get from you? If I'm not getting anything from you, I don't need you. Okay? So with that mindset, that was not the mindset that built the United States. You know, the mindset that built the United States was one that allowed people to come in. And then those who came in, because of the better opportunities and the better environment, better atmosphere, were able to now excel and do good. And it's unfortunate. Something else too that is at play that a whole lot of people might not know about is that there is a significant portion of the white population who is scared that they will lose their majority benefits and majority status.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S. Because more black people coming in, more Latinos coming in. I know maybe about 30, 40 years ago, Latino population was just about 10, 12%.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S. But now, it has grown to over 30%. I think the Latino population has even overtaken the black population in the U.S.
Yeah, that was why I asked to go.
So, that is what they are watching.
You know,
but they are not taking into cognizance the fact that Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California were all
black states.
No, they were all Mexican states. They were all Mexican states. Okay, so with conquest and wars and all of that and treaties, those states became part of the United States, 50 states.
Okay. Now, before we take a short break on the program this afternoon, you know, a while ago, we started by looking at whether this new immigration policy if African nations are not
being
targeted.
targeted.
You know,
that is what I just told you.
we're looking at 50 nations of the world, and out of those 50 nations, 30 countries, you know, are affected. And you just also said here that the Latinos, they have overgrew, you know, their percentage in terms of entry into the U.S. illegally over the years. Now, Africans don't have that, they are not known for that. Well, I understand that they overstay, some African nationals, they overstay their visas in the U.S., but they are really not, you know, notorious for entering the U.S. I mean, take, for example, countries that break tunnels to go into the U.S. and all that. No African nations are known for that. So, little wonder.
No, you see, the point I try to make here is this. The Latino population has increased. The black population also has increased. But the white population has declined. I mean, relatively, not that the population declined, but relatively the percentage. Okay. So the white population is not growing at rates as high as both the Latinos and the blacks. Are growing. So that is why, because of the fear of being outnumbered, because being outnumbered also means that in terms of political positioning, they will lose ground. So the whites will not be able, and they want to keep that which they have enjoyed over the years, you know, that advantage of a higher population that they have enjoyed over the years, as it is, and not risk being outnumbered by the blacks and the Latinos. And mostly sometimes the blacks and the Latinos seem to have something in common and vote, they vote
for their interests
alike.
For their interests.
Which in most cases they vote for the Democrats.
All right, so we will take a short break now.
All right.
Let's take a short break on the program. Viewers out there, in case if you just joined us, the program is African Discourse on independent television. And our focus this afternoon is starting with the new immigration policy. It started last year as a pilot policy, but just today, as a matter of fact, you can Google that out. The U.S. Department of State is actually institutionalizing that policy, that if you come from these African countries, you are going to be made to pay 5,000 naira, 10,000, 15,000 naira, and of course 20,000 naira to obtain a B1, B2 visa. B1, B2 visa, is normally known as a tourist visa. Of course, business visa, as it were. All right, so we'll take a short break now. When we return, we are going to examine the economic implication, if you like now, or the implication of all these new developments between the U.S. and the nations that it affects. We'll look at nations of Africa too. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time, and thanks for staying tuned to the program African Discourse on your television, independent television. And we're looking at the visa bond issue, a new policy that, as a matter of fact, starts taking effect from today, August 3rd, 2026. We understand that the pilot program also starts today, and the test run program was sometime around the same time last year. So as we speak now, 30 out of the 50 nations of the world will be made to pay $20,000 US dollars. So that's about the highest when applicants that seek for B1, B2 visa into the US. Well, the rule took effect August 3rd, 2026, and it applies to applicants seeking B1, B2 business visa and tourist visas into the US. We understand that consular officers may require a bond as a condition for issuing a visa, with the deposit forfeited if the traveler violates the terms of their stay after entering the United States of America. And we've since established that on this program, that the reason for that is that these affected countries in Africa are known to always overstay their visa into the U.S. A higher bond amount, so the permanent policy expands a pilot program introduced in August 2025, and of course during the trial, applicants could ask to pay bonds as from 5,000 naira, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars. Under the finalized rule, the lowest tier has been scrapped, while the 10,000 US dollars and 15,000 US dollars level remains. A new maximum bond of 20,000 US dollars has been introduced. African countries affected are 30, and some of them are Uganda, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and of course Nigeria. Ghana, Togo is also there, but Nigeria seems to be the one that concerns us. So what it stands now is that if you are a Nigerian and you are seeking for a B1, B2 visa into the United States of America, you may be required to make a deposit of 5,000 US dollars, 10,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, and of course 20,000 US dollars, as the case may be. And looking at all this today is Honorable Fred Uyigwe, somebody that has lived more than 30 years in the United States of America, and he's very conversant with U.S. immigration policy. Now, Honorable, let's look at the economic implication now, between Nigeria as a nation and of course the United States of America. Now, take for example, Honorable Fred Uyigwe, you are a businessman and you seek for a business visa into the U.S. and you are required to pay 20,000 US dollars. 20,000 US dollars, that's approximately almost about 60 million naira. I mean, how would you react to such a development?
Well, it depends on the kind of business you run. So the 20,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars, or 10,000 US dollars becomes part of your cost. Okay? Once you have factored that as a cost, then it affects how much you are able to provide your services for, how much you are able to sell your final products for. Okay, and of course, it's going to impact your final price, it's also going to impact your competitiveness in the global market or in the open market. So once you have done those permutations, you can position yourself. You can decide whether it is worth undertaking or not, whether that trip is worth undertaking. But for most businessmen, whether Donald Trump likes it or not, whether the United States likes it or not, the world is prospering more and more every day because of technological advancement, for one, especially better education generally. So people are able to find their niches and find alternatives. Those who want to immigrate must immigrate. While the United States might stand as at the apex of their preference, okay, there will be other countries that they could alternatively go to. Okay, you will not be surprised if China becomes even attractive, or South Korea, especially for tourism. Not just for tourism. I mean, I'm talking business now. Okay. For business, of course, for tourism too. Okay, and besides, I think the newly developed countries have better technology to showcase than the United States.
Now, the question we ask,
should
the U.S. be concerned about this?
Yeah, of course, yes. You have to do your calculation. How does this benefit us? The cost-benefit analysis, you will do that. Okay? What is this costing us to do? One of the things I would like to consider, for example, is that the United States, as it stands, has a population of about 340 million people. Okay? If you compress all of those into a tiny location, the population of the United States does not occupy 5% of its landmass. It's expansive. So why are you keeping so many people out when you have all this land? You go to, I mean, there is almost, I don't even think, apart from perhaps New York and Chicago, that is densely populated in the United States. There's no place in the United States that most places, 98 to 99% of American communities are sparsely populated. You know, so why? If you go to a place like China, then you are talking of denser populated communities, okay, or India, okay. Although they still don't occupy, I think the average occupation of landmass worldwide is about 11%. The world only occupies, I mean, population of the world, the 8.5 billion people in the world only occupy about 11% of the landmass of the world. So why are you keeping people out? Let's come to the need to compete. 4 factors of production. You know, you have your labor or manpower, you have land, you have machinery and finance, funds, the capital. Okay. And perhaps the most important of those 4 factors of production is manpower, because you are talking about manpower relative to the quality. If the quality is very high, then it becomes more impactful. Okay, that is, you have a high level of manpower that is educated. Okay, and now you are competing with China. Over the past, let's say, over the past 15 years, the gap between the American economy and the Chinese economy has shrunk and continues to shrink.
To the advantage of China.
Yes, exactly. Threatening to overtake the United States. And so when you now come up with a policy like this, what do you think you're doing to yourself?
So that's...
So a whole lot of people are still going to gravitate more towards China. Like you just mentioned, if you were a businessman, and then you could save the $20,000 that the United States wants you to pay as bond by traveling to China or South Korea instead, or Vietnam or other emerging economies, you will do that. Now, because if you do it 2-3 times and all that, you would have saved a whole lot of money.
Yeah, before we anchor this topic, because we have another one to look at. Now, this is just a rule. In other words, it is an executive order by the Trump's administration. Now, what is known to the U.S. Constitution is what they call the visa reciprocity. You know, that is what is known to the U.S. Constitution. Now, we are looking at a situation whereby a government comes in and he rules with rules and all that, executive orders and all that. Yes. Now, without saying it, I think this rule is going to die with this administration.
More than likely so. Especially if it is made a campaign issue. Okay? If he's made a campaign issue, okay. See, with this executive order or with this new regulation, something that is perhaps going to happen is that it's only the foreigners, or let me not call them foreigners anymore, the new immigrants, those who only recently naturalized as Americans, that can now bring in their family members, because there is that opportunity to regularize. Okay, those ones can bring in because they have a pathway for those to be able to bring in their relatives.
And as we speak now, most of those visas are on suspension. Most applications on that effect are on suspension. That's why we keep on asking the question, does Donald Trump means well for America as it relates to relationship with other nations of the world?
I believe, look, Donald Trump, you and I believe, know that he's pandering more to his political base. Okay, he has groomed a political base based on particular fears. What do I call them?
That is backed up.
Yes.
With
no.
Maybe some.
Well, I mean, yes. Imagined fears. Those are things in the imagination of the people. That, oh, if we have immigrants, we lose opportunities, we lose benefits. You know, that is not the case. Those businessmen, serious businessmen, when they have immigrants, they cater for them. They employ them. They use them. It's a market. Okay? The immigrants are a category of markets.
Okay. Now let's pause that now so that we don't spend too much time on that topic. Now let's look at the one that has to do with mislabeling African nations on the map of Africa. You know, very recently. As a matter of fact, that happened in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. You know, whereby a health conference was held. Now the U.S. authority, you know, was one of the organizers of that health conference, and visuals were shown. You know, as a matter of fact, we later, you know, it was later discovered that the mislabeling was as a result of AI. You know, generation. It was AI that generated the map of Africa. In other words, most of the countries were mispositioned. Take, for example, Nigeria was said to be positioned where you have the Sahara Desert. I think Mozambique was totally taken from where it should be. Then a country like Ghana was taken from West Africa. You know, it found itself somewhere in the eastern parts of Africa. Now, the question that you know, observers are trying to ask as it relates to Trump administration, though the State Department in the U.S. has come up to really, you know, apologize that it was an error. But again, this development, because as we speak now, the social media is agog with reactions and all that. You know, anything that has to do with Africa and the Trump administration, there's always elements of suspicion. You know, so what does this say about the U.S.? A country as developed as the U.S., you know, on such a high level conference, misrepresenting nations of Africa, you know, on the continent, you know, in that kind of event?
I think it is the Peters principle. Okay, where you elevate employees above their level of competence. I would drop this at the doorstep of the organizers. If it was AI generated,
By the way,
it behooves them.
Just 1 minute. We need to quickly take the correction. We're looking at the second topic now, the one that has to do with the U.S. government mislabeling countries on a map of Africa at the global conference. That's the one we're looking at now, the second topic. So we should take that correction so that we don't continue with the 30 nations, African nations that asked to pay visa bonds. So we're looking at the second topic. All right, sir, you may go now.
Yeah. So it behooves them to cross-check what the AI has done. You know, if you have an AI report, you still have to read through to make sure, yes, it tallies with the message that you are trying to deliver. Okay? The narrative you are pushing. So those who organized it should be blamed for that incompetence.
Honorable Frederick.
And I want to, and you see, the thing is, I don't believe Trump will instruct a group of experts to go to a conference, an international conference, and embarrass themselves just because they want to belittle Africa.
Yeah,
no,
well, the question
this is sloppiness, this is incompetence, this is lack of diligence.
In as much as we try to wrest, you know, the reasons for you know, having this kind of outcome, the question we really try to ask is, what is how reliable is AI, artificial intelligence, right now, that seems to have taken the whole world as far as technology is concerned? I mean, that seems to be the new trend, you know, on global issues now, technologically, as far as life is concerned, as far as human phenomenon is concerned. So you talk about AI, everybody seems to be, you know, keen into it. So we have a clear case at hand. I mean, for AI to have generated the map of Africa, and of course that AI could not position, could not locate the location of countries on the map of Africa, you know, calls for asking the question, how reliable is artificial intelligence?
One of the elementary principles of technology studies is GIGO.
Yeah.
Garbage in, garbage out. So the AI algorithms that you use is only as good as those who feed them in. Okay? So if you are writing a program, yes, at the time you are launching your program, there could be a whole lot of errors. So an improperly written program will also result in a lot of erroneous results when being used or applied. That is where we are. That is why for those who are professionals and who depend greatly on AI, they look at the different options open to them and determine which ones are more reliable and more dependable to use for what they have to use. I've had to use AI. How to use AI in writing of some messages and all of that. What I do is I take my time to make sure I read everything, and then we'll be in agreement with what AI has generated.
So you don't have absolute confidence on AI?
Of course, I cannot afford to, because I know that it is also being programmed by people who are perhaps not professionals in the area that they have programmed their system to deliver. So you have to you cannot entirely remove the human element from the work of AI.
Okay. Well, perhaps we may have to end this discussion here this afternoon. Then what we were trying to look at was a kind of a conference that was held recently in Brazil, whereby the U.S. government mislabeled countries on a map of Africa at a global conference. And we understand that the U.S. State Department acknowledged an unfortunate error after the highly inaccurate African map caused a stir. And what we are saying is that a screen shows a U.S. government map of Africa with mislabeled countries during a State Department presentation at a global conference in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. That was only some few days ago. And the United States officials attending a major health conference in Brazil mislabeled the African countries and showed the map causing a stir. Now, what we saw, what that showed was that countries were displaced. Take, for example, a situation whereby Nigeria was in the Sahara, while Mozambique, which is in the southeastern part of Africa, was placed on the eastern horn of Africa. Then a country like Ivory Coast in West Africa was placed on the opposite side of the continent. And we understand that boundaries on the map were also mere blobs and did not represent any real countries. Now, you can Google that out on I don't want to say on the AI now. But
I'll just say this. I feel sorry for those people who, for the first time, were looking at the map of the continent of Africa, and then are misled.
Yes. In as much as I'm not trying to discredit AI here on this program today, but I think what we are trying to do here is that we should do extra mile, because I decided to bring this on this program today, because the thing is generating a stir on the social media. I mean, anything that has to do with the Trump administration and, of course, the world, it's always suspicions. Honorable Fred, we want to say a very big thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
joining us on the program today. All right, so we'll leave the program here today so that we can make preparation for next week Monday for another topic and, of course, another guest. My name is Evan Sunokugi. A very good afternoon to you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota wese anyone edolopewo. Wariga hima makaba pon wa sevense. Bota pe makage ya. Ke ya ye na agbon eme gboma. Ke na abete uyo webo. Kate uyo ma na do ni malelewe ni. E na ya mawe toka. Oku ma me ro. Oku ma na gbon we ro. We no salobo ya gbon e. Ma yinu kan ya fe bota nambe kenan le ni maje de bo we kan se de man le wo wi yin se ma yinu we kan na ya wi bude so we ni a o ke de na ni wa ni ma gun aka o na ya gba we pe e haro wo gba o ge ugie ni arioba awe yoko ya se ane Nigeria pe arowe ogba oye na 27 years oye na ni Nigeria Army onye kwari Nigeria ya sare ọba ni ma we ni ki ma ro ena ya ma agwa kan ya na ogwa agwa re ma lo tan pastor Calvary Enunamure
iwie du no wo wa be benege kai wa bi tota wa bi dayo ofo igbo saro ba go ya ro ọba Atope
ise ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀ máa lọ tán gẹ̀ Victor Ebizugbe.
Ẹ̀dùnú ayire wàhálà parí ní bọ́yàwó wà yí wẹ̀dùrù tó náà pẹ̀lú ní Jésù ọ̀mọ akọ́ wọn náà wù wàá wù bàbá náà ó rọ̀ta mámẹ́rin màgbọ́kẹ́ mẹ́ màrí gbèrò bí yòókù èyí ní ọ̀dọ́ màrá mi màrá mi ó lọ bọ̀ ọba Atope.
Ṣe mẹ́ sọ àbọ̀sẹ̀ yẹn jẹ́ inú bí ẹ̀rọ nọrí ẹ̀dọ̀ bá yọ̀ká ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ya fẹ́ kèrè náà lọ ká gbẹ ọ̀yẹ́ òyà òtàgùn ya méjì tó wáyà ọba Atope èyí ni máa wù máa gbà kan níwọ̀n ọ̀rẹ́ àríyé gbòòrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ìrí yòókù ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà máa rẹ̀ kẹ́dẹ̀dọ̀ àdé náà rí ègbé ìbí yòókù ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà dẹ̀lá ọ̀dà ni màá yé ni bẹ́ẹ̀ wa nọ̀rọ̀ màsẹ́dẹ̀ hìyà orí màrúwò díẹ̀ kàtí màrúwò dáró ìwé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ò tó sọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀wò ìyẹn ìlú máa ẹ̀ ìyẹn ìlú máa yóò dé sí à ìwọ náà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀wò wọ́n yẹ ẹ̀ máa yòó ní kàmínà bò wọ́n ní wọn ẹ̀ ní àmìkè náà ẹ̀ wẹ̀ ó pé ẹ̀há rọ́wọ́ gbọ̀n ẹ̀yìn kiri ó pé ẹ̀rọ gbọ̀n ìyókòrè ìyàdókàn ìyàrá yàfẹ́ àmìyànníra àrọ̀ yàfẹ́ màmíyàn aláwọ̀mà àdówó èvútì àdóbíẹ̀wò là òtú ẹ̀ òṣèré rẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ìnàyàfẹ́ màá yé ni màá rè ọ̀tẹ́nẹ́rẹ́ pásọ̀ Calvary Enunamure wùwá rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ìrẹ̀ òtú ọwẹ́sọ ìrẹ̀wò kẹbẹ̀ ìgbìnàdóná nádọ́rẹ̀ pẹ́díwẹ̀ bá kìnnà yéná yéná.
Dọ́mọ wẹ́sẹ̀
ọbọ̀kẹ́
dọ́mọ sá ìkàkàbọ̀ gèètù wa ẹ̀dùnú pẹ́ o bí ní káàrí gèètù wa sí wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nẹ̀gẹ́ káyé ẹ̀mẹ̀ náà káyé ọ̀kárí ọba owó tẹ̀ wò má ọ̀gẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yìn mà yà gún àká arabi ọmọ náà ra wọn èyí nẹ́ka sẹ́tìn o ọ̀sùn ìrábẹ̀ ewu ẹ̀bọ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ní ọmọ rẹ̀ gba òpìwé van ní baba ẹ̀rí ọ̀rẹ́ òbí ọmọmọ ọ̀kẹ́ àbọ̀ ní ayé bí ká mẹ́wẹ̀ sáà mẹ́wọ̀n tòpá náà ìgbà òpìwé van náà yàrá tó ta ọ̀jẹ̀ nẹ́bí egbe ọbí egbe agbàlèmí náà rí wọ amáyíká wọ́n náà ọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀ àákàrí tọkùn mi òpè ìhárọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀n náà yín ọ̀nyá ugie ẹ̀yìn mà yé náà yàrá egbe yóò bẹ́ ìsógíàrí ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀bẹ̀ òpó ni ọ̀nàwẹ́ òpé ìhárọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀n ọ̀bùkánná yẹyẹ náà èso ọmọ dọ́nẹ.
ẹ̀yà bíẹ́ ni
ọmọ anáyí bíẹ́ ọ̀rú pé ìhárọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀n anadomi ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀rí owó dọ́nẹ bọ́ọ̀rọ̀ yìí yọ ẹ̀rí ọ̀bùkán anadomi ẹ̀wẹ̀ òpé ìhárọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀n ọ̀rí yé náà ni màrí ẹgbẹ òbẹ sógi àwẹ màrá yìí sẹ́ẹ̀tì sùn ẹ̀ nìyà anárí ẹgbẹ òbẹ sógi àwẹ sẹ́ẹ̀bù náà ní mà màrá yìí sẹ́ẹ̀tì dọ̀lẹ́ yìí nìyà ni màrá yé ẹgbẹ kíá ọwọ́ kan náà ọmọ dọ̀ ọ̀nà àbò kan náà wẹ ìpẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ kesugie àmẹ́ òpẹ́ kesugie ọ̀yẹ́ ìjìyẹ náà ọ̀nà àyìn ọmọ dọ̀ ní kébà pa èmi ọmọ kan ọ̀rí pàṣẹ à ẹ̀wọ̀n mọ́mọ́ ń ṣe à ẹ̀wọ̀n mo kàn ṣe yẹn sọ àwọn èmi òkú ọba adèlè hẹ́ wẹ ọ̀wùhánà wánì sọpá n'ọkàn mi ẹ̀mí mana ọmọ náà yà gbàgbọ́ pé ìhárọ̀ ọbọ̀ gbọ́n ara dè mẹ́má mi àlùkà ọ̀nà màá sọ pé èkì ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn nẹ̀ orí má rí rí èmi yẹ ẹ̀bá ẹni lọ́ọ̀gì bá sẹ̀ ẹ̀bá ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀nà owó ègbé ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀bá aláàrú yìí èké ọ̀kàkà bọ̀rọ̀ ọba Atope
iṣẹ́ òṣàlóbá aláwo wo lẹ́ẹ̀dì màálà yìí èké
iṣẹ́ èrò
rí náà àmì àwọn ẹgbẹ̀rún ó ní náà láwò dá o ẹ̀wọ̀n ni alápò dákó bẹ iye kò sùn rẹ̀ when you call when I am away say you in my way ma upo ni ma so ye wi ma o wa ni ma bolo when I had do ko e wo we oge ulima ko ke oge simu na ya pe when awe lapa he iwuna iwune be iwune iwu ya se iwuna oge owazigo igo na miena agwa fie wo rie agwa emoto eya no Nigeria oya ewo ya do age kisi o ya ge very miles o fi gbon ni ma me ma upogene ma hiwe the whole world utagbon ya fere bi ma ye kan se ma wa lu ewo ni re we lari yeye ma mu yo de ni amata lo ya adoni ya fere allow down orora bí aláwọ̀dánù rọ̀ wò yé ẹ́ yé ni màá yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ́ ìyá yóò ṣe gbímọ̀ àwọn náà ló ṣe gbẹ́ òtún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀ wò náà fi wò rẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ náà fi ọyọ bàrí rẹ̀ gẹ̀ ẹ́ náà náà gbìnà rẹ̀ wò bàrí gẹ̀ ẹ́ ẹ̀bá gbìnà ṣe rẹ̀ ìyá ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ wò rẹ̀ mú yọ ara rẹ̀ ara ọ̀nà dọ̀wọ̀ yìí àwọn dọ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀ àṣọ̀màgbé àìbọ̀yọ rẹ̀ ya pẹ́ẹ́rẹ́ ìyá ṣe gbé rẹ̀ ni màá rẹ̀ nà mú kò tẹ̀ hàn rẹ̀ aye mi ore na mi a ma ye mu gbo ni ma mo a igbilo to ye jawe a e na ya fe ma ge na ni wan e wi ni ya ye aye yu gbo ni a aye yu gbo ni a o wa ri ye e kene ori kere ahulewo lawa we nu wala wa na e wa fi aya fi o no wi ku fi asere ya awa re ari owo ebe suku awa akoko mo ni die a je ye moto aya gbe ni awa aya iya mami ni aru awe ama iwo ni iwo na iya we iwo yana iwo ariase wi ariase awe na mu re ni emoni eso wu nu yodo ekeni maye ni kina oda upe aro ogbon ni so jagi se ari ba adima maye na ma na ho ni maye lu kan ala oda aro o te mi bizu gbezo Victor wo ye wo ni we wa mi oda a politician we
where about where the upaze enemy so about no fear gbe here
ise
well I went
kopo deli waso
no kaso lo po ye so suge mami ewo na o salopo oga di ai ni ma hu dagwe mane ekwi mane na gbon mama mo gbe ma ya di ai de gbe ma hu da ma me mata e mata tuta ba ge don gbe ma ro gele na yo ba wi iseza ya pa ye na mu ni ma bo ni ma to bi ma ya elu awe gbe ma ya yere we egede we na ga a Midwestern region ari we ona ki a region iva all the Panafia with a Mutala, Rena Gagai, and a 12 states. And I was guy. Ne ma ne qui, mani we Maria or Ogi, Mamma Fiopa. He says that, or a gagai, second my hyena, no state, Mamma. A democrat 27 years, it be a higher of one, right? Here on Yogi, Mamma feast it up. Mami what's the bona owo me gwa lori me no pa gwa lori awe na fi ba ko edo ana fi egbe na fi yeva hotel Edo South ina mi agwa le state edo ko government no rigbe e se ta we se ti gwa ma mi gwa le no si kesuge no ti mi abi gwa le agigi ya tigi we ma that he could be the Mamudia, the Mamma, no food my yagbe, not lie, no food the big agreement. Do your women, oh, Johnny, or Maggie Winima, the Magia, Igba. It's so good, I'm talking about. Oh, but at a decree, who put away at any. And you are going to, I want by my eye, I go here one way. My yard to sick man. Money we might have my wallet with my mamma tell you away. Laho, Gumaku, or Loku, ni Mamma, mine, we so we go pana no pa se go boropa no food gare at the deliver you can food magbere oba to pe
anyway what that really matter allow down onora only magwa kana ba ya mi allow down ba ya mi afi wori na ari enima e ma ni nya bo ya fe bo de we na o lapa yi ola awe police bo ye ya vie wuyo awe ni na be to se gebo avia ayo ayi via wa na bo ye na ni wa nda wa dole yi awa me okari oba ogewo awa we iwo na lobewo yewe no ya ye ogun ya wa no awa dole yi awa asupo upo ni na emi awa aso erewe na terewe awa aso awe okero garo ebune teye ai enya ni ya fe iya nya re aboto segebo iya mwese bogi je na o ha meroe usero ni kire ba we na miewe emina na ya fe go fi wori o saro papa ma tuti e mo ma tuti salo ba sopa ma reguge uwe owo salo ba a reguge emi are orin mani maru e ro pade le yo ari Nigeria o dele yo are ni ma no na wa ya na dele yo o teme pastor
domo sa owo mo ala na gbe wa re
ubi ibo e
o ga be labude wo ori opa mama eri nwa ni nda dometi ni ma
ayo ya ne
do he no ya nra omo na labu na gbe arude ne
bodo ma ri
ona labude wo ayo ya ne dometi ma je na baba ma mi eri sogia ojaya jano ma o ma gwa wu ayo ja no
yes
so pa amara wi mala na bo ja abia ge sogia wi ma awa agbo ba gbia awa mama gwa we na akwe gadu magbero akpori ne na wo ma na do mu yi ma bona te gbere mo wa mu ni atobi a we pepe bi na gwa lo ya na mo gwa mi we usaka me ora do gbo bi natana nu da ugage wa be no ga ro be ge ni eso gya na ga re federal government ati onwe ogete ebudo are aulagbada na ga re da de state ya ege na wona ya bolo toto e ba mo ni adobo ina re da de me na ya luigo 3000 no ma se ya de fuel 5 liter no izagogo nekere arunda egi e gan so there is so dia ojaya janoma we onyine mani ma bena ya segbe de ege so dia no baba emi ya igba no dado ogwa eyegbe ogwa anyunyi mo so pa aya mi na we omo rarira omo na doji omo na musaka me ayi mi no ta ore ya we no ki obi abu no ki owo na o so omo no
ke afi
omo no se ba
kept view
aba eni audio ligi yala ho ma mi o ya owo mo ala ni na boewude na gbe aboewude o labude okay na iyo ya na o ja no ro ege sogia so pe na ya mi ma mo ja ni ara wo ma gba boewude egbe na we ligi ina ya sunna o amu ligi no ro te wi mana usaka no ro te wi mana
the democracy
na oto agbe ya wadoge no gẹ́gẹ́ na ya ni democracy na o pe arobogban ke ba panu we gebe na o fi boye e bi o to we ade oru be de ne noro na ana ga we we no ya na we me ba ya si wa no ke my dead o awe ge no ge ya to ibo da ni
no ke de
o ibo pa ya ara do ke de no we ke dead do la de yera
we say petrol
yere era mu fe e ma no rai na wa je na o wa mu go no so ya dole do na yi o wa mu ko mo de Nigeria o ga wa to ke do na pa o do emu ko bia e wo na gwa lo ma mi e go se ga gbada egbe no to le bi gbe jora ana we ni ma ni ade ni edo ki ọ̀kárí ọba òfin ẹ̀rí wọ̀nyá fíẹ́ ọ̀nàdọ̀ ọdún akárí ọba ẹ̀ bá ní kọlọ̀ olókùnmá àti corruption ọ̀nàdọ̀ orí ara àwọn igi sọ́gí ànínà wọ́n dẹ̀ màmá mi aláwòdà ọ̀rọ̀pàrọ̀pà lọ́rọ̀ ọ̀kẹ́yẹ ní adé wọ́n máa ná kọ́kọ́ ayọ́bọ̀ kékeré náà yẹ ká gbọ́ màgbìyàngbìyàn lèmi yàrá mà èmi yà ń zẹ̀ mùdí àkèrè ọ̀nà sọ̀rọ̀ àdé tọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ́ ní pín zẹ̀ ọmọ sí 5,000 wà àbùdígbò kéré mọ̀ bọ́ emílíkì ìmọ̀ yà ń wí gáà rẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wà gbọ́nà kèsìkò èkó rẹ̀ wọ́n tó emílíkì 10 kọ́bọ̀ ó wà mọ̀ búrẹ́dì ó wà tó ẹyọ wà nyànà ẹ̀wẹ̀mìlà wà wà ẹ̀wẹ̀nẹ̀ òbú yọ ẹ̀dùgbò emílíkì ni àná ọmọ náà 1,000 àdọ́gba mẹ́mẹ́ yẹn wọ́n ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ìyá mi kó yá dẹ́sẹ̀ ẹni yẹn náà gbé kankankankankan àlàásíọ́mà àmì àríwọ́bà nọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà máa mú ìgbèrè ọ̀yá wíyọ̀ bọ̀ náà wọn ọ̀dẹ̀ náà mú mọ́tò náà yá ìgbò wa ẹ̀nà nà mú mọ́tò wí ní àwọn amúhìyẹ ẹ̀mẹ́ bò tiẹ̀ frustration ọlọ́wọ́ wọn náà wòlé gbèdò pọ̀ èmi náà wòlé gbé ká lọ́wọ́ asọ́kító ẹ̀rọ gbọdọ̀ asọ́kító bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́mẹ̀tì ọ̀yẹ́ nà rọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀wá kẹ́kà inú olùwẹ́ ayárí káàdì wọ́n á gbé wọn gbèwẹ́ ọ̀pára àrọ̀bẹ̀ náà rẹ̀ sọ́kító ń sọ́lé ìbàdàn gbéra ìgísìrá ní ọ̀gá rí ọba o mẹ́yìísìrá ọ̀nọ́pẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wẹ́wà tí ìrìwẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ wa gbẹ̀nà ọ̀yí gbẹ̀nẹ́ fún náà wẹ̀ ọ̀ma náà wọ̀ tá ọ̀ma náà wọ́n onígbọ̀dọ̀ àríyé káàdì ọ̀yí gbẹ̀nẹ́ fún náà ọ̀wẹ́ 15,000 ẹ̀yin náà gẹ̀ gbẹ̀mẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà gẹ̀ ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ wẹ̀ káàmì mẹ́wẹ̀ kẹ́ agbẹ̀nà wẹ́ẹ́ di wọ́n bẹ̀ ní ọ̀lẹ̀ lì mẹ́rẹ̀ ẹ̀yin náà gbẹ̀nà wọ́n ọ̀gá ọba lásẹ̀ ẹ̀ka sàmọ́ ọ̀gá ọba mẹ́yẹ́ rẹ̀ mi ọ̀rọ̀ ayé 1 naira ayé àríyé káàdì ní Central Hospital lọ́gá àríyé ring road ma mẹ́ 105,000 yìí nọ díjọ́ bọ́nà àdúgbò bá yé mi wá mi ma yẹ skul bàbá bẹ̀gẹ̀ náà gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́ sọ́gí àmì ara aga ẹ̀dẹ́ ni ma ẹ̀gẹ́ gbẹ̀múdìá bẹ̀gẹ́ sọ́gí àmì gbẹ̀múdìá náà nu ara amú ẹ̀mí lálẹ́ lè dáadé skul wẹ́ ìrìnyẹ̀mí ní tàbí ìrìnyẹ̀mí náà rárí ọba èmọ́ náà lè sẹ̀ náà ọ̀rẹ́ yé bọ́ sọpé náà ẹ̀dẹ́ yé náà àdòbó wẹ̀ ránú lótọ́ ọba mi ọwọ́ yìí òkúrọ́ mi bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyọ̀ nù akìnyẹ yọ̀ nù ọba àtọ́pẹ́
ìṣe ẹniwa yà ìwà dàrí mà bàá wẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ na yena baya fẹ wòri ẹhẹ bọdá enyàwé nyànìá ẹhẹ nìkéré mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ àzẹ bẹ nọ yasunu ẹ mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwúranù rẹ wò bẹ nọ yàrá ẹ mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ukpẹ ní má lẹ iye mẹgo igbó ni wàá lu ẹyẹ yí mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀hánà rẹ wò ẹhẹ nìkéré mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwé Nàìjíríà nọ ipa japa ẹ̀yà ẹ̀sẹ̀ japa nà rí bẹ́ẹ̀ japa ẹ̀dọ́nyà ẹ̀mí ni japa ẹ̀rù dada yé náà ọ̀tọ́gbè èyí yẹrẹ ya pa ìyá ni wọ́n pa màbí wọn oyibiri ọ̀wúlò yòdẹ́ ǹda Nàìjíríà nọ́látò àtòpà ní wúlò náà gbẹ́wà ìbí máa yàrá òwèrè ní afẹ́ òpópó wa ẹ̀yìn náà ẹ̀wò ní ìgbà ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà òbíyàn òbúwà ẹ̀ọ́yè báyádọ́lẹ̀ yìí ẹ́ ìnára ọ̀hẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́mùfà wà máa ẹ̀rẹ́ yà sùn ẹ̀ní bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀dọ́yè nìyà dáka wẹ ẹ̀rẹ́ nípò nọ̀kí máa ẹ̀ níwò náà amúyòkò òun ó ní màá yé lónìí ẹ̀yẹ náà ìpẹ́wẹ́fà yìí nà wà rẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ́ ìpẹ́yìn 7,000 5,000 ẹ̀yìn náà máa yé lọ ni ṣùgbọ́n bí èyí náà yí tẹ̀lé wọ́n yé ẹ báyáwó yíya ẹ ààrẹ mẹ́wàá wá sọ́ta wẹ aláwọ̀dá àgọ́ àlọ́ aláwọ̀dá náà àgọ́ àlọ́ náà ẹ̀ sì yíyèké nígbà ní ayé náà wà mí wọn nọ ma ní ó sì ti gbogbo mọ̀ yín àìgbàlẹ̀ rẹ̀ náà ní àná sí ẹ̀kọ́tọ̀ ẹ̀yìn Nàìjíríà yíyé òpó dègbé vedovana ewo enya ewo ilẹ̀ wa ilẹ̀ rí ẹwọ́ dọ́tàgbọ̀n ma lẹ́rí ẹ̀rú yẹn àmì wà kégbé nílé ilẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ yẹn àwọn àlẹ́dí ẹ̀dọ́ ìyẹn àṣẹ̀dọ́ ìyẹn máa ní ìwà yà wò náà máa ní ìwà yà gbogbo máa ní ìwà yà wò máa yí mú àyíyẹ̀ ma bọ́jí ẹ̀rẹ̀ dọ́nà òtó sẹ́wẹ̀ wò yá ní ẹ̀ mà tútì náà ní yírọ̀ yà sẹ́ gbé gọ́vnọ̀ yà sẹ́ yàfẹ́ èyí náà yàfẹ́ èyí mà gbàlótọ́ yìí náà náà yà dùn ugẹ́wẹ́ 27 ẹ̀hárọ̀ ọgbọ̀n náà yìí gbé wò bẹ́ẹ̀ ìsọjà ìmá ẹ̀hún sẹ́ẹ̀ lèrè ewé ni màá yé bọ́ ewé náà dó bọ̀ ẹ̀mú lọ́tẹ́dọ̀ ayi kena be mwela ọma fa ọma okene
ọla
ẹwọ erewe
kara ya ọla
wọla
wẹ́ẹ́ mi ya la ni ya.
ya awuyala awuyala ekene ya mwela aya mweluwa aya mwele kene
iya nwina onye ọta nínú ẹ
na ya ni wọn tẹ bizugbe iwe bo wa de you look at
baba ọsọ agbọdọ ọdẹ báyìí máa ya na fi wèrè ẹgbẹ dàgbé máa ya ẹdọ tẹwọn pa ọwọ́ kàràkà
ogbòkò ikú
yọ ibu lóbi yẹ ìbò ẹrẹ bámẹkẹ máa yí nàdẹwà àgbé máa náà àwọn àgbẹ náà ọsọ agbọdọ ẹgbẹ lọgọ mú máa gbà ọwọ ni màá wé náà ó yóò bọ ní mà yọrí gbé máa náà ọsọ agbọdọ ẹgbẹ máa mí ewé ni màá sí pàgbé nẹrẹ sí máa dìgẹ màá bẹ yá bí ọbọ yẹ pẹtì náà mọ wọn àyùpọ ọwọ ni làpọ ni ẹ pẹ ẹ nẹ lọkọ ẹ ìwà ni múdà kẹfẹ náà ìyá àgbẹ òkòkò rárẹ dàgbé yàn náà tẹ ẹ dividend náà òkòkò dọ rẹ àríyègbè ní mọ yà àríyègbè ẹgbọ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ nàdó láwó lọ́gọ̀mọ sábà náà lọ́gọ̀ wọn gẹ́sù kó yìí mọ́rù bàbá wà ní à mẹ́ka kàbọ́dọ̀ mú pàmò wẹ̀rẹ̀ ìdógẹ̀ yìí wẹ́ ìmọ̀ àtàwé di ọwọ́ di ọmọ pa nìyí ìṣẹ́zà ọ̀ ti mẹ́mà sí sọpọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ orí ìgbẹ́gùn ẹ̀ orí ìyìn ìkàwé ni ókè náà orí ọwọ́ pàdé máa mú ẹ̀ ọmọ mú lẹ́kẹ̀tì yéye tó dọ́ni bí màá lè lẹ wà ní ìgbà orí mọ́ náà House of Assembly, House of Senate, House of Representatives, the President, the Governor wà yàwó ẹ̀hẹ́ èèmọ̀ ni wà gbà orí wà á gbà ọ̀rọ̀ àmúhàyà ẹ̀yìnmọ̀ anágbọ̀n èèmọ̀ anágbọ̀n ní awúlò ọ̀hánà ìgbèdọ́wọ̀dọ́wọ́ nọ̀bẹ̀ ń tẹ̀tí lè mú gbó n'òyìnbó ìwé náà èèmọ̀ yà gbà kọ̀ ìbòdẹ àgbésowà àmọ̀sọ àmọ̀yẹ imú agbẹ́dàbí ìsìnkú yọ lọ́yà fún ẹ.
èyí máa gbá kàǹkì dẹ́ ẹ̀bínàgẹ́ uhi udome ọ̀rẹ́ náà yá dùn ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní àríọ́bá ọ̀rẹ́ ìyíkóyàsẹ̀ àní ìmọ̀ àwùpẹ́ ẹ̀hárọ̀wọ̀gbọ́n nígbèrà àlùwà náà gẹ́dẹ́gbẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ yìí rọ̀ wáyé tuntun àwẹ́ òtún àjọbí nàìjíríà ní àfi wòrí ẹ ní àfi kùgbé wẹ aláọ̀dá ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà dé ǹdàyẹ nígbèrà àbíyẹ èmọ̀ ìlówébè àádọ́ gbogbo yẹn náà ìyẹn rí ìbáyé ìyẹn àrí stadium ìyẹn àrí ẹ̀yà àyímìrọ̀pà lórí àríyé wíwó náà yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wà á ṣe nàìjíríà rí ilé petrol wà á mú ẹ rí àyíṣẹ́ tí ì ṣàmùdẹ́ àyíṣẹ́ tí ì yúgbó àyíṣẹ́ tí ì yógò èyí ni bó yàfẹ́ wà ẹ̀ wọ́n máa náà tútì ẹ̀ àríọba yàfẹ́ máa pọ̀ mọ́ sàrọ́bà yẹ̀gẹ̀ náà náà lórí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ṣọ́ ìmọ̀ mara lọ sàrọ́bà gẹ̀ gbéra ya nìkún ní rẹ̀ hospital ní kìnnà kìnnà náà lọ́bẹ̀ ló wà ní gbé mara níkà náà gẹ̀ gbéra wa sàrọ́bà gẹ̀ gbéra wa yàfẹ́ wọ́n máa náà mú gíbo tàwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ nínú àyítọ́ maya ka uge na dona sàrọ́bà dẹ̀ bá maya fẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́
ITV, certainly the best.
hours full for pay.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We will join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let water in this. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we're also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's a need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also a need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as your lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Developing or building the hamstring muscle is just stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies, there are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. What I said. So when they bullied her, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
they
smart.
Can't sit
if
down.
You see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.